Good morning, everyone. Isn't it nice to see so many of you out? I'm not sure why you're all here, but we're happy to have you. What a wonderful day. Next council meeting's in August. I hope that on the 13th, I hope you'll all be here again. So I'd like to begin by doing our land acknowledgement. At the Township of Severn, we recognize the following land acknowledgement. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather, in which the Township of Severn operates, is part of the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe. For thousands of years, Indigenous peoples have been inhabiting and caring for this land. In particular, we acknowledge the territory of the Ojibwe or Chippewas peoples. This territory is covered by Lake Simcoe Treaty 16 and the J. Collins land purchase. We are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land, and by doing so, give our respect to its first inhabitants. Now, sing our national anthem, please.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot.
Good morning, everyone. Isn't it nice to see so many of you out? I'm not sure why you're all here, but we're happy to have you. What a wonderful day. Next council meeting's in August. I hope that moment of reflection, please. Thank you. Do we have any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. We do have two presentations today, and I remind our presenters that it's 10 minutes each. But we also have some awards to give out today, which is very exciting. And our first award is for the 2025 Senior of the Year. And Miss Cathy Westcott, if you could come to the front, please. Oh, forgot to get my notes.
She's got that.
I can explain that.
All right.
Okay, now it's the thing.
Routine, right?
Sure, I agree.
Wait a minute. we need permission.
Sorry. Oh, thank you. So thank you, everyone, for attending. Hello? I don't think it works. How about now? I can talk loud now. Oh, I got it. Okay. And thank you to those we are recognizing today. Today is an important annual opportunity to recognize and thank volunteers in Severn for their contributions that benefit and support our community. And I just want to add, when you're a volunteer, and as I travel around the municipality and you look at the number of volunteers that take some of their precious time to help others, and I can't thank each and every one of you enough for doing that. We are grateful for what you do, and on behalf of council and the Severn community, we thank you for your service. To begin, we'd like to recognize Cathy Westcott, a longtime resident of Oswego, with the Provincial Senior of the Year Award. This award is given by a municipality to recognize an outstanding senior who, after, I won't give the age, I think we all know what a senior is, enriches the social, cultural, or civic life of a community. Miss Westcott was nominated as a a recipient of the provincial award by council for her work with the Washego Garden Club, the Washego Lions Club, and the Washego Events Committee, and for her strong sense of civic pride and responsibility. Congratulations, Cathy. We're lucky to have you as a member of our community. So here we have a plan. And it says 2025 Senior of the Year Award presented to Cathy Westcott by the municipality of the Township of Severn in recognition of your outstanding contributions after age 65 that strengthen and protect our community. Oh, absolutely. I'll hold this for you.
Mayor Burkett.
Yes.
Oh.
I was told that. Get a picture with council later. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe we can get council just to gather in front, we'll take it all and.
Go ahead. What about you? Right over here. Nana, wait for you. Next, we have Severn's Good Neighbor Award, and it's awarded to an individual or group that has displayed strong values and a positive impact through the promotion or action of good neighborly deeds that contribute to the vitality and fabric of the community. And we have 5 residents that were nominated by Severn community for their contributions this year. I'll start by thanking Randy Kincaide, Herb Roy, Brian Emery, who have been nominated for their kindness, thoughtfulness, and neighborly actions during the ice storm and throughout the year, including free snow removal, checking on properties and neighbors, and offering help and support through the year in their community. Thank you to each of you for your contributions to the community. So if I could have Randy, Herb, and Brian come up, and I'll present you with the
Brian. Squeeze by your head.
over there.
And everybody's kind of looking this way.
Don't leave yet.
Yeah.
Don't leave. We'll be just 2 more minutes, then we're gonna go out in the hallway. We'll do a picture out there with all the council. Thank you. So we're also pleased to recognize George Laing for his help and support to neighbors in Port Severn that were unable to care for their property during the ice storm. Come on up, George, please. Here. Oh my God, he never showed up. Someone here that could accept it on his behalf? Here. Okay. Okay, thank you. Our next award is presented to Dawn Clarke, owner of the Coldwater Bowling Alley, who for her involvement and leadership with youth sports, charities, and other organizations that make Coldwater and Severn a better place for all. Dawn, thank you very much for everything. Thank you, everyone, for that. And
One, two,
Mike,
three.
your dad's here.
Oh.
I just want to say thank you to Tracy for organizing all this. Thank you very much, Tracy. Good job. Welcome, Bob. Have a seat.
Yeah.
Yes, I am. Have a seat, please. So our first presenter is Lisa. You have to, thank you.
The hard one.
And request for road improvements to Grayshott Drive. And as I said, you know that it's on our agenda later on.
I did
today.
notice that, so that
Okay.
makes me happy.
Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allotting the time for me here today. I just wanted to represent my neighbors and residents on Grayshott. It's just, you know, more of an awareness. I've been living on the street for 15 years, and I think this year was the first time I complained because the potholes are getting increasingly larger each year. Maintenance, you know, as usually is the tar and reclaimed asphalt, that's just not working. We're looking for a better solution sometime soon. There's a lot of impacts. We also have two major communities around us. We have we have West Shore that all walk down our road. We have two residents with wheelchairs that find it extremely hard to go down it. It looks pretty difficult for them to do that. Bikes, everything, you know, in the summer we get the usual maintenance, but it's just not holding up long enough. Sometimes it may last a month and then once again, the potholes reappear again. We also have heavy trucks coming down Grayshott with all the development going on there, which makes the roads even worse, makes them unsafe. So we're just looking for a better solution, and I'm representing everyone on our street today. I took some time to get some signatures for a lot of seniors on my street, and I thought, you know, I just want to come here and make an awareness that we really need something in the near future, if possible. Possible solutions, you know, just it's primarily the bottom of Grayshott that needs a lot of work. I'm not asking for the whole street, just, you know, a better solution for the end of Grayshott. And that's all I have. But
Thank you very
sorry for
much.
that.
Thank you, Lisa. Any comments from council? Madam Clerk, do you have a motion? Oh, Deputy Mayor Cox, go ahead.
Are we going to wait and go down to this on the agenda and speak to it then? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Minnings.
Hi, thank you through the mayor. Thank you for coming, Lisa, and your neighbors on Grayshott. Question for you.
Sure.
I know that there's a mix of permanent and seasonal residents at the end of that street. Do you have any sense of what we're talking about here? Thank you.
More and more people on my street, like I have, we tore down our cottage and the cottage that was there and built a brand new house, and we live there year round. I've been there 15 years on Grayshott. Every week there's someone, like even in the summer, my neighbor, the lot, it's going to be a full-time house. He's in a wheelchair as well. It's increasing with families on my street. Everyone's moving up here. They're changing all the cottages into a full-time residence. From 15 years ago, I'd say more than half now are full-time residents or more. And we, like I said, we also get the two live, and we've got West Shore coming down our road. And it's just difficult to see people walking down that rubble. It's just, you know, we need an improvement. We like to see something down the road. And I do see on the agenda, which is nice to see, that, you know, possibly, you know, the resurfacing project.
Thank you. And then a subsequent question, not really a question, maybe a statement. I just want to thank you for coming forward as a delegation. It's always important to raise awareness of what's going on across the township, and were it not for delegations, et cetera, we wouldn't know.
No.
And having it on the agenda and then having the opportunity, as I know a lot of my colleagues have taken, to actually go down that street if they weren't previously aware of it, will really help us in making decisions. As you mentioned, it is on the agenda later in today's meeting. So thank you again.
Thank you. And thank you for all the responses, Mike, Wanda, and the Township of Severn. Everyone, when I did inquire, everyone got back to me promptly, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further comments? Madam Clerk, you have a motion.
I do. The motion reads that the delegation from Kutlesa, hopefully I pronounced that right. Kutlesa, sorry.
It's okay.
Regarding request for road improvements to Grayshott Drive be received and referred for report.
Thank you.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Minnings, second by Deputy Mayor Cox. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Next, Michael Firth. Come up to the desk, please, Mike. You should have brought Jade and Bobby Sue. Because then, good, thanks.
Thank you. I'll just get you to give it to the clerk. She'll take that from you. Thanks, Mike.
You can hold it.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Michael Firth. I'm a resident freeloader at 2319 Stockdale Road.
Mike, just a sec. I don't think Councillor Jansen can hear you. You may have to carry the microphone.
As I stated, it's Michael Firth, resident at 2319 Stockdale Road. I went and done a petition for the road. Wanda, you and I spoke. Mike, I take it you take a lot of slack from residents on our road. Explain to them how it doesn't work that way. All right.
Councillor Jansen can't hear you if you don't use the mic. That's the only
Is it?
thing.
Okay.
You have to use it.
No problem. I guess you take a lot of slack from residents on our road, expecting you to just snap your finger and it's gonna magically make things work. Doesn't work that way. It's understood. Anyhow, we've got a petition made up. Wanda, as I said, we spoke with you. Figured we could maybe get something done. I'll read off what they've got done, what we've presented. Thank you for the opportunity to present the residents of Stockdale Road concerning the condition of Stockdale Road. I am presenting respectfully a petition to council of the names and address of residents primarily affected by the severe deterioration of Stockdale Road and regular traffic, although all users of this road are negatively impacted by unsafe road conditions. We request a resolution that Stockdale Road be repaired appropriately due to the dangers and deterioration of the current road situation. Stockdale Road has been neglected. The vast amount of increasing potholes, erosion, pavement, disintegration, extensive cracking, and rutting is beyond repair with continual pothole filling material. The following highlights are concerns. Safety. Traveling on Stockdale Road presents a dangerous situation due to many potholes, ruts, asphalt deterioration, and severe bumps. Motorists attempt to avoid the rough, uneven, and hazardous road conditions by driving on the wrong side of the road. Residents have incurred damage to their vehicles due to the poor road conditions. The hazardous and unsafe road conditions affect all motorists, cyclists, pedestrians, and emergency vehicles. Pedestrians endure swerving vehicles while walking or cycling on a rough terrain. Treatment in an ambulance would be a traumatic experience. Maintenance. Stockdale Road has deteriorated beyond any reasonable or viable expectation that filling a select few potholes on a regular basis provides any long-term benefit. After a rainfall, the material is washed out and more vast area of the potholes and deterioration occur. The road surface is extremely uneven. The residents of Stockdale Road take pride in their homes and landscape, and faced with deteriorated road which does not reflect their tax dollars. The Township of Severn is responsible for the maintenance of all municipal roads. Detour. Stockdale Road is regularly used as a detour access road to accommodate heavy traffic during the frequent closures of Provincial Highway 11, southbound and northbound due to accidents, road repairs, weather conditions.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
So you're all finished. Thank you for the
Yeah.
presentation.
Yeah, thanks.
So thank you. Members of council, Councillor Minnings.
Hi again, and through the chair. I just want to also thank Mike and Norma and the folks, residents on Stockdale for bringing this again to a delegation. I know it's not the most comfortable thing to present in front of council, but it's so worthwhile for people like, well, for me, as a council member, regardless of where you live, you happen to be in my ward. But I just want to thank you for raising the awareness and doing your presentation. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. Yes, thank you very much for bringing this forward. According to our delegation and presentations, I would like this petition and information to be referred to staff for report and budget for the 2026. Thank you.
Further comments? Okay, Madam Clerk, do you have a motion?
Thank you. So the motion reads that the delegation from Mike Firth regarding a request for road improvements to Stockdale Road be received and referred for report and to the mayor for consideration during the 2026 budget.
Thank you. Mover and a second, please. Moved by Councillor Minning, second by Councillor Taylor. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on, we have one public meeting, and I'd like to call the public meeting to order. The public meeting is being held pursuant to the Drainage Act to consider the engineer's report respecting the proposed Medonte 3 drain. Receive input from the petitioners and affected property owners. Following the presentation and public input, council will decide whether the proposal proceeds or not. Should the proposal proceed, bylaws 2025-46 and 2025-47 will be considered, and the next step will be for the Court of Revision to hold a meeting on August the 14th, 2025. In accordance with the Drainage Act, a person that does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or does not make a written submission may not be entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal and may not be added as a party to a hearing on the appeal to the tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. This is your opportunity to speak and provide input, and council encourages you to do so. I will now call upon Jeremy Ash, Tatum and Associates, to provide a presentation about the engineer's report representing the proposed Medonte Drain 3. Good morning, Mr. Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good. All right. Thanks very much. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and members of the public. My name is Jeremy Ash. I'm the drainage engineer responsible for the production of this report. The intent of today is to provide a brief presentation going through the various sections of the report and then welcome input and feedback. We also received a few letters, which I'm hopeful we can get through as well. Yeah, so off we go here. So in terms of the background, Township received a petition for drainage works under the Drainage Act in October of 2023. Council issued a decision to proceed with the drainage works in December of that same year. Council appointed Tatham Engineering as the drainage engineer to examine the area requiring drainage. So as a first step, notices were sent to each owner of land within the area requiring drainage and each public utility that might be affected, and an on-site meeting was held in May of 2024. Shortly after that meeting, Tatham confirmed the area requiring drainage determined the petition to be valid and proceeded with the preparation of the engineer's report, which I believe everybody has been circulated on as part of the notice. The petition was determined to be valid since the petitioners, which constituted two property owners, own 93% of the lands within the area requiring drainage. Section 4 of the Act defines 4 criteria for a valid petition, in this case, 2 of which had been satisfied. Greater than 60% of the area requiring drainage was owned by those petitioners, as well as the majority of landowners within the area requiring drainage. So the purpose of the engineer's report is to provide a sufficient outlet for the area requiring drainage, provide a legal outlet across the downstream lands, and then to develop a cost assessment schedule for construction and future maintenance of that drain. So in terms of the existing drainage conditions, and yeah, it's going to be a little challenging on this scale, but I can describe the situation as best as I can. Upper Big Chute Road has a rural road cross section with open ditches on either side. The ditches are nearly flat and they're poorly defined, meaning as you come off the road, as you come down the slopes from the road, there's not a well-defined visible ditch on either side. It just drops off into the adjacent lands, more or less. The area requiring drainage on the petition was 22.3 hectares, and this was reduced to 10.4 based on our observations during the on-site meeting in May. The area requiring drainage is the result of an ineffective drainage outlet north of Upper Big Chute Road through a large wetland area within 1018 Upper Big Chute Road. Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. That's right. The existing ditch is filled in with vegetation and sediment and provides a maximum slope under best case conditions if it were cleaned out and continuously sloped from the upstream end at the road to the river of 0.2% over a distance of just under half a kilometer. There's 2 culverts that cross Upper Big Chute Road. On the west side, there's a 750 millimeter diameter CSP. And on the eastern portion, there's a 1500 millimeter diameter CSP, both of which are significantly limited by the wetlands on the north side of the road. Historically, we learned that there was a ditch on the north side of Upper Big Chute Road that drained from east to west directly into the river. But sometime prior to the 1960s, the ditch was redirected north through private lands, and the ditch that once drained east to west was abandoned. So due to the ineffective conveyance route, seasonal runoff and runoff during frequent storm events cause flooding within the area requiring drainage, which on this figure is hatched in red. The watershed to the area requiring drainage is 28 hectares. Recall the area itself is 10.4 hectares, but there's 28 hectares that direct runoff to that area. And the notices of this meeting and a copy of the engineer's report were sent to each owner of land in the watershed. Okay to move forward, Madam Clerk. So the design flow target was determined to be the 2-year storm event as not to impose disproportionate costs to the contributing landowners. The 2-year design storm is in alignment with the intent of the Drainage Act to address areas requiring drainage. The Act requires drainage works to be continued to a sufficient outlet. In this case, that's the river. In terms of the design, the initial construction costs as well as long-term maintenance costs have been considered. Practical maintenance requirements and accessibility also considered, as well as environmental factors, and adherence to relevant regulatory regulations and standards. So in terms of the design alternatives, alternative one that we looked at was an open channel through 1018 Upper Big Chute Road, which is the existing drainage path. Initially, that solution was expected to be a clean out and regrade that ditch. However, after surveying the area, it was determined that this would be an impractical solution on the basis that the slope is insufficient, and would become a constant maintenance hassle. Fluctuating water levels in the river would also challenge this as a practical alternative, where water would be backing up well within this channel due to the low slope, as well as the lands within the area requiring drainage are within the township's settlement boundary and can be expected to be developed at some point in the future, at which point continuing through that existing drainage outlet, that issue would be further exacerbated with the generation of additional runoff. So a second alternative was broken into two parts. What's not shown on this slide is on the south side of Upper Big Chute, all the way along the study area and the area requiring drainage under both alternatives. We've specified a deepening of that ditch to define it. So that's consistent between both alternatives. So alternative 2, the alignment is a pipe drain west on Upper Big Chute to the Coldwater River, basically reinstating or reestablishing the original drainage outlet from prior to the 1960s. This alternative reduces the distance from the area requiring drainage to the river in half, which basically doubles the slope for the conveyance route, which has advantages from a flow conveyance perspective. Alignment A, as shown here, maintains as much of the alignment within the municipal road allowance as possible. For the benefits of being able to maintain it within the public right of way, as well as access and reducing impacts on the private properties that would be affected, which there's 3 there. Alternative 2, very similar, albeit a different pipe alignment that is direct. It's the shortest route to the river. So provides hydraulic benefits in terms of reducing bends and hydraulic losses. In terms of costing of the 2 alternatives, they're very similar. Alignment B was slightly higher in cost by about $5,000 or $6,000 based on our estimates. I've got mixed up there. Sorry. Alignment B was $5,000 or $6,000 more in cost. However, there are construction challenges with alignment A due to congestion at that corner. There's a sewage pumping station. There's a force main. There's three-phase overhead hydro. There's various water services, gravity sewer. There's lots of construction challenges that would be in play should we keep with the alignment within the municipal road allowance. So that was something that was considered. So ultimately, alignment B was selected as the preferred alternative, which is the one that's shown on the screen. In terms of the preliminary cost estimate, the total project cost is estimated to be $436,000. And then, as per the Drainage Act, the costs are assessed to the lands and roads within the watershed of the area requiring drainage. There's various assessment categories under the Act, which include assessment for benefit to the benefiting landowners of the project. There's assessment for outlet liability, which is the cost for each individual owner's share of the runoff that they're directing to the area requiring drainage and dealing with that runoff. And then there's also special benefit costs. In this case, we had we were proposing replacement of the 750 millimeter diameter road cross culvert underneath Upper Big Chute. And so there was a special benefit cost assessed to the county, recognizing that that's their infrastructure and they are responsible for the difference in cost had that road not been in place originally. So in our report, we provided descriptions of the various assessments. I'll leave that at now until the question period, if there are any questions on that. So in terms of today, today represents the meeting to consider the engineer's report. Petitioners have the opportunity to withdraw, and likewise, those present in this case, it would only be the County of Simcoe would have the opportunity to sign the petition, to join the petition. Outcome number one is the petition would be no longer valid and the costs incurred to date assessed to the original petitioners on their respective assessments. So that would be an outcome if the criteria under the Act are no longer met for a valid petition. So the 60% land area owned by the petitioners is no longer there. So that's one possible outcome. Outcome number two, council stops the proceeding and terminates the project. There's no authority to recover costs under this option. Outcome number three, council refers the report back to the engineer for additional review or analysis based on the information presented today. And then outcome number four would be council provisionally adopts the report, which puts in motion the various appeals that can occur. So in terms of the appeals process, any landowner assessed for drainage works can appeal to the Court of Revision on the following grounds. Basically, all matters related to the assessments, to the individual assessments, can be heard at the Court of Revision. The date of the Court of Revision gets set once the provisional bylaw has been put in place, so that again that only happens after outcome 4 from the previous slide. After the Court of Revision, there is an additional appeal opportunity, and that would be to the Drainage Tribunal. Okay, so the second appeal body is the Drainage Tribunal, which hears technical concerns with the engineer's report. Benefits derived from the drainage works are not commensurate with the estimated costs. Drainage works should be modified on the grounds to be stated. Compensation or allowances provided by the engineer are inadequate or excessive. Or the engineer has reported that the drainage works is not required or is impractical. Those are examples of topics that can be appealed to the Drainage Tribunal. I'll just take a moment, actually take a step back to the previous slide. The Court of Revision is comprised of 3 to 5 members appointed by Municipal Council. And there's notices of the Court of Revision that get issued in advance for everybody to know and to be able to prepare. At the Drainage Tribunal itself is comprised of 3 members, one of which is a lawyer, and it involves the province. Yes, it involves the ministry. So it's a higher order appeal. And then the final appeal opportunity is through the drainage referee, which is it's a court-appointed judge, and that the drainage referee will consider any topic related to the Drainage Act and the drainage engineer's report. It's a more formal setting. That's heard by a judge and typically anybody bringing an appeal forward would have legal representation for that process. So that's the end of my presentation. Yeah, hoping to open the floor to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ash. Thank you for the presentation. I will now open the meeting to comments from the public. Any persons present in person, on Zoom, or the telephone will have either questions or comments on the application will now be invited to speak. Township staff will call upon each registered participant. For those in remote attendance, unmute yourself when called upon and turn on your camera if you wish. All will be required to give your full name and address for the minutes. Please note that your comments will also be recorded and live streamed to the township's YouTube channel and will remain online. The township does not have the ability to edit the live stream to remove any personal information provided in the course submitting comments or questions. Allison, are there any members of the public registered to speak, please?
Thank you. We have a couple, and then once we're through the ones that gave me the heads up, then we'll work our way through the crowd that's in the audience, and everyone will have their chance to speak. So the first one I have is Ian Andres, who I believe is online. He is representing the actual two petitioners. So if Mr. Andres, if you'd like to proceed.
Thank you, Allison. Good morning, Mayor Burkett and members of council. Can you hear me clearly? Great.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, very good. So my name is Ian Andres. I'm a municipal lawyer with Goodmans in Toronto, and I'm appearing virtually this morning on behalf of Earl Brandon and 374 220 Ontario Limited, which is the owner of an 8.7 hectare parcel of land south of Upper Big Chute Road. And my client is a co-petitioner with Miss Maria Squire, the owner of the adjacent 13.6 hectare vacant parcel, which abuts the south limit of Upper Big Chute Road. I believe Mr. Brandon and Ms. Squire are both in attendance in the council chamber. I was hoping to attend in person, but unfortunately could not make it to Severn this morning. I don't want to bury the lead, so I'll tell you at the outset that what we are asking for this morning is a deferral of this matter for a few months for the reasons I will explain. And in effect, this would be similar to outcome 3, as just explained by Mr. Ash, where it's not necessarily questions or further analysis required of the drainage engineer, but it's further opportunity for review and potentially questions before council ultimately makes a decision on this matter. So just quickly, by way of background and history, I was actually the person who filed the drainage petition originally. It is attached to Tatham's engineering report as attachment A. And you may recall that I also appeared before the township's Planning and Development Committee when it first considered the petition in November 2023 and decided to accept it and proceed with the statutory process. Following that meeting, I was in communication with Mr. Burke, leading up to the township's appointment of Mr. Ash and Tatham as its drainage engineer. And as I understand it, that appointment was finalized in March 2024, and the on-site meeting occurred in May 2024, as Mr. Ash just explained. I was not in attendance at the on-site meeting personally, but Mr. Brandon and Ms. Squire were in attendance, I understand, along with other affected owners and various ministry and municipal representatives. So since that meeting, which was a little over a year ago, we've heard very little about the status of the drainage petition and the estimated timing for the report to be completed and the anticipated recommendations. And then on June 4th, just 3 weeks ago, the engineer's report was circulated along with notice of this public meeting. And unfortunately, I did not receive that notice or the report, despite the fact that I was the person who filed the original petition, but it was forwarded to me by my client's land use planner. And ultimately, I was able to meet with Mr. Brandon and our planner and discuss the findings and recommendations, but that could not occur until last week, which has left us with very little time to digest the report. So I want to make it clear, I'm not trying to complain about that. I understand that the township has followed the statutory process, and I'm not alleging otherwise. I also want to thank Mr. Ash and his team for their very good work here and the clear presentation this morning. But the reality is there's a lot to take in here. And among other complicated aspects, the report sets out in detail the basis for reducing the area requiring drainage from what was originally petitioned for to a smaller area. It describes why the historic north-south ditch through the lands on the north side and the wetlands was ultimately decided to not be the preferred alternative. It takes everyone through the technical specifications of the recommended design, and Mr. Ash did a good job this morning distilling that down, but there are some technical details there that are important. Of course, that it provides the detailed cost estimates for construction, as well as the soft costs and contingency allowances. It provides the assessment and allocation of those costs to each of the affected landowners, including, as Mr. Ash explained, assessment for benefit and outlet liability and special benefit for the county. And then there are, of course, I'm not here to complain, but there is a practical reality to all of this. So Mr. Brandon and Ms. Squire understood what they were signing up for when the petition was submitted in October 2023, but they also expected to have time to consider the engineering findings carefully and to make an informed decision about whether or not to proceed. And they did not really have a sense of how much these works were likely to cost. They knew there would be some cost and that they would be on the hook for it, including the cost of the Tatham Drainage Engineers report that's already been completed. But between the two of them now, based on the assessment in the report, they would be responsible for nearly $320,000 in assessed costs if the township were to enact the bylaw to proceed. And, that's a sizable amount of money. So there's no doubt that the proposed municipal drain would benefit their properties and alleviate a persistent flooding issue that affects many acres of their land, which is future development land within the urban area. But it is still a significant cost and an immediate cost, and it requires careful consideration. And as Mr. Ash noted, the original petition included a much larger area, 22 hectares. It was reduced to 10 hectares through his review, and we're not necessarily disputing that, but that was a significant change to the original petition, which again is something that needs to be carefully considered because there is implications to that change in terms of how it affects the drainage on the remainder of the property and where the topographical divide lies, etc. And unfortunately, this is quite challenging to work through on an expedited basis. And especially in my case, when my client's an elderly gentleman and it's a short turnaround and we're in different cities. And frankly, we need more time to obtain technical and professional advice from Mr. Brandon's own consultants and engineers. And really, there should be no rush in coming to a decision on this petition. The only landowners that are immediately affected and that stand to benefit are Mr. Brandon and Ms. Squire. And when I say stand to benefit, I mean in terms of alleviating the flooding and getting water off their lands. There are, of course, some other landowners up the street, upstream, from which flows are coming, but it's really Mr. Brandon and Ms. Squire's lands that are flooded and that require relief here. So I would respectfully submit that neither the township nor the county nor anyone else would be prejudiced by deferring a decision on these drainage works for a few months to allow for more understanding and ability to digest this report. So it's our respectful request that council hear from everyone who wishes to comment on the petition today. The meeting has been scheduled, and I understand there's lots of people in the council chamber that wish to speak to it, so I'm not trying to get in the way of that. But rather than proceeding with the bylaws and the adoption of the engineering report, we would ask that that be deferred until council meeting in perhaps late October or November to provide that. I know we're going to a summer recess, so that would provide a few months for the further review and analysis. And this is permitted by the Drainage Act. Section 44 says that council may adopt the report at the conclusion of this meeting, but that's a permissive requirement. It's not mandatory that council adopt the report today. And if the report is not deferred and council is instead insisting on proceeding today, my concern is that Mr. Brandon and Ms. Squire will feel they have no choice but to withdraw. And I don't think that's a good outcome here. There's been a lot of good work done already by Mr. Ash and his team. It would be a shame for that work to be thrown away and this process to be completely aborted just for the sake of rushing a decision. We're just asking for more time to make an informed decision. We don't want outcomes 1 or 2 to occur today, which would be an abortion of the process or a withdrawal of the petition. And frankly, we're not ready for outcome 4, which is proceeding to the Court of Revision and having the bylaw adopted today. So it's really a version of outcome 3 that we're seeking. Again, council can hear from everybody today, and then we'd ask that the provisional bylaws be deferred or referred back to staff, however you see fit to do it, and then brought forward for a final decision at a council meeting in the late fall. So those are my submissions today. I don't know if Mr. Brandon or Ms. Squire will want to supplement those with their own comments, but I wanted to make sure that everyone understood that before the other comments are heard, that is the request, since they are the 2 co-petitioners who are really in the driver's seat on this application. So thank you very much for hearing me out. Subject to any questions you may have, that's all I wanted to say this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Andre, and I hope you're going to stick around because council questions of you right this minute, and I do have some questions to ask.
Great.
Madam-
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Jonathan Oakley. Oh, here he comes.
Hello.
It should be on. It's quiet. It projects.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name's John Oakley. I live at 1000 Upper Big Chute Road. And I have filed a formal letter of objection to the drain as per it's going, as of Tatum's number 2, they want to put it right directly through private property. I'm not really okay with that at all. I don't think that it's fair to myself and my neighbor because it's going through both of our properties. And as the engineer from Tatham's mentioned, it's only $5,000 cheaper to affect our private properties, which in turn will definitely devalue my property, because obviously there will be some sort of municipal right of way through my property. So I'd like council and Mr. Mayor to ask to have it looked at again. I don't really see any reason why it can't go on the municipal right of way. I think that's fair for the minimal cost that it's going to be. I think it would just make it a lot easier for, maybe not for the construction portion of it, but for myself and my neighbors. I really don't think that's fair that it's going through for such a minimal cost. I know in the engineer's report, it talks about the generator for the sewage plant being a portion of the issue for keeping the drain on the municipal right of way. I think it was about maybe 10 years ago, the township moved the generator from the center island where it was right by the sewage pumping station to directly in front of my property. Like, it's literally right in front of my property. There was no warning. Just came home one day and here's this big ugly generator sitting literally right in front of my property. I never complained. I never said anything. I just let it go. So I don't think that not keeping it on the right of way should really be an option. Especially if it's cost. The size of the drain seems a little underrated considering the amount of property that they want to drain. They're building this drain as a 1 to 2 year storm capacity, which is, to me, seems like quite a waste of money considering the amount of storms that we do get and how often and how severe that they are. If this drain, which they say is going to take minimal water, and then the rest is going to go across the private property at 10,000 or 1018 Upper Big Chute Road. If that's where it's going to go, once the minimal amount goes down this drain, when the river does come up, I've lived at that property for 15 years. That river can come up and down 3 or 4 feet in a matter of hours, depending on wind and rain. If the river decides to come up, that property is going to flood, whether that drain is there or not. I put in my formal objection letter, and if you want to continue and put it on the right of way, then I guess that's what you want to do, but I'd really appreciate it not across mine or my neighbor's private property.
Thank you, Mr. Oakley. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The next individual we have registered is Brett Austin. I believe he's online. If you'd like to unmute yourself, Mr. Austin.
Hello. I was just hoping to confirm, as this is my first participation in a meeting like this with council, I did submit a formal objection letter. Has that been provided to voting members of council, or have they read that, or should I be reading that verbatim now to everyone?
Mr. Austin, I would review your correspondence. It has not had the opportunity to be provided to council.
Okay. So I am Brett Austin. I live at 1008 Upper Big Chute Road, directly beside John and before the 87-acre property to the west of us. I've submitted a formal objection to the engineer's report, and the grounds of my objection are as follows. We have private land intrusion without consent. I've not given permission for this infrastructure to be installed on my property as a private residential homeowner. I object to this intrusion and the resulting long-term access rights claimed under the Drainage Act. This drain, as proposed, is like a couple of feet off my front porch. We have small children. I'm not interested in having my front yard ripped up and replaced, and then our livelihood being our living space being disrupted that much. We have significant property disruption. The project would also result in the removal of 4 mature trees, loss of landscape features, and damage to my front yard. While some reinstatement is proposed, the disruption is disproportionate for a drain from which I receive no benefit. Furthermore, third, no direct benefit to my property. My land is not within the area requiring drainage as defined in the report, and I'm not among the petitioners. This project appears primarily to benefit future subdivision developments to the south, not existing residents. And fourth, viable public alignment exists. The engineer's report outlines alternative 2, alignment A, which keeps the drain largely within the municipal road allowance. I strongly request the council reevaluate that option, especially with the minimal cost difference as outlined by the engineer himself, to avoid disrupting residential infrastructure and private lands. There is no reason to pass costs and hardship to residents for the establishment of future private developments. Fifth, accuracy of the survey. There are significant features that have not been included in the surveys used to develop these plans. No permission or consultation was sought for access to the property when surveyed, and I was not there to help. My requested action would be, I request that the council amend the alignment to avoid 1008 Upper Big Chute Road as well as 1000 entirely. I request the council not push costs and stress to current residents for land developments for private interests and profit. I request the council includes in these reports the end goal for the property to be drained. The property is clearly zoned for multiple residential units in the future, but the proposed drain line falls well short of being able to service that development and does nothing but establish intrusion and right of way through my front lawn. Last, should council proceed, I would also be proceeding with further appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The next one I've registered is Paula Brown. If she's online. If she's struggling, we'll come back to you, Miss Brown, if you're just having, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I can't turn my camera on. It's not coming on. Just a second. Okay, there we are. Hi, I'm Paula Brown, and I'm property owner at 1018 Upper Big Chute Road. So the third property that would be directly impacted by this. And I've lived at this property for over 40 years. A couple clarifying points is, one, the private ditch was not for draining the road. It was for draining the farm. And that's why it was dug, was to keep the farm clear. Secondly, on the south side of the road, there was a drainage ditch and with access to the river. And I believe it was the late 80s, early 90s, when the high pressure gas line came in, that was closed off. And I think that's probably a lot of the problem. There's also a drainage ditch along the former railway that's blocked off that would access that property. I won't have significant impact as my neighbors at 1008 and 1000 will have, because it doesn't go right across all of my front lawn, but it does go across part of my yard. And I am respectful of the neighbors and the impact it's going to have on them. So I would like you to explore alternatives if possible.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Next one I have registered is Mr. Wayne Sellers. Feel free to come up to the microphone, sir.
Ready?
You can pull that a little closer to you, that'd be great.
You hear me now?
Perfect.
Yep. Okay. Okay. I am here. I live at 1225 Upper Big Shoot Road, up the road. Now, I'm on much higher land than the petitioners. And my concern and objection is probably along with a lot of us that live up in that same area is why are we being charged for something that we have nothing to do with and we have not caused? After all, as we all know, God created this earth, created highlands, and he created lowland. And if you live in the lowland area and you get wet, well, you made a mistake. And you want to improve your property, you go right ahead, but you do so at your own expense. You don't expect somebody else in the neighborhood to fix your property. It'd be like you, for example, Mike, let's say you had a low spot in your property and I was on a high spot and rain and snow, all the runoff come onto your place. You think it would really be fair for you to come to me and say, hey, Wayne, this is your fault. You got to fix my property. But we both know the answer to that one. You don't have to say anything. Well, when you live in lower land, you're expected to improve it yourself, not to have your neighbors come up with money. And a lot of us too probably can't even afford this. After all, a lot of us are retired, was being seniors and that, and we live on fixed incomes as well. I don't know what else to add to this.
Thank you, Wayne.
Okay, you're welcome.
Madam Clerk?
That's the end of the registered individuals I have. So if you want to just open the floor to anyone who wants to come forward one at a time, then if they can give their name and address, then we can continue through.
Anyone in the audience that would like, come on up, sir. Right here, just give your name and address, please.
Morning, Council. My name is Glenn Stewart. I live at 1011 Anderson Line, and I think my thoughts are tracking with Wayne. As I read, Jesus said, God the Father causes the rain to fall on the just and the unjust. Now, what have I done with this rain? Have I dammed it up so that the farmers down below are seeing their crops wither up and dry, or am I diverting it or manipulating it in any way as to cause some catastrophe? I have done nothing on my property. As a matter of fact, I haven't even put the ditches on. The township put the ditches around my property, and I'm sure that they used good engineering drawings to do that because it all seems to be functioning well. And my concern is with these charges that are being leveled against me, that I have done nothing wrong. And I can understand the two property owners wanting to develop their property, subdivide it, and make a good profit. But as Wayne is saying, I think that they should be doing it at their expense. They will probably pay for the whole thing after selling one, maybe 1.5 lots, and then they have the rest for profit. But I do not believe that we should be held to pay for this. And I feel it's unjust. And I would submit that to council this morning. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Madam Clerk?
Next. Again, if I can get your name and address, that'd be great.
Hi, my name is Larry Silk, and I own property on Upper Big Shoot Road, 1157 Upper Big Shoot Road. I also own a lot right beside it, 1165 Upper Big Shoot Road. And my father owns a house on the other side of the lot, which is 1175 Upper Big Shoot Road. And that house now is in estate because he died last year. So they moved him I'm responsible for that house right now. I'm the executor. I'm the executor to his will. So totaled those three houses and lot, 2 houses and lot will be $8,000 for me. That's a lot of money. I don't control the rain. It falls where it wants to fall. It comes down the Upper Big Chute Road. And I noticed that it only went up as far as 1245 Upper Big Chute Road. There are houses on further up there. Actually, it would actually where the road loses its elevation would be as far up as Dunn's Line and Lawson Line. And then it starts to slope down. So I don't understand why just nine properties on Upper Big Chute Road are asked to absorb the costs. I don't even understand why we're absorbing costs. I don't own the ditch, and the ditches are a mess. You couldn't even tell there's a ditch. There's so much grass and stuff. I just had the county just cut down some emerald ash trees, which was on their property in front of my house and on the lot property. And so now, if there's no way they're going to drain because they just lopped them all off and all the stumps and that are all down in the ditch, at least 4 feet high. So you tell me how they're going to drain. So who is responsible for maintaining the ditches? Is it Severn Township? Is it the county? I believe it's the county. Well, then it's the county's responsibility to maintain those ditches all the way along there. I don't see where I'm contributing to, the Anderson line, which comes down. So how much, there's 4 or 5 individuals up there. So how much do they contribute to that? How much does the road itself contribute to that, the runoff? Glenn is my neighbor. I don't divert my water onto his property. So, and on the other side of the road, which is Tay Township, I think. It's not Tay Township on the other side of Upper Big Chute Road. So it's still Severn Township. Okay, so I don't see any ditches on their side of the road. I don't see any of those individuals on their side of the road having to pay. So it's kind of interesting that it's just some select individuals. There was a subdivision that was developed in Coldwater on and one of the petitioners developed that subdivision. I'm sorry, Brick Pond Road, thank you. Brick Pond Road. And they had to put in a big culvert that drained into the river. And I believe that that was the individual developer's responsibility to pay 100% for that cost. So I don't understand why it wouldn't be the same.
Thank you, Mr. Silk. Stick around because I'm going to ask the question and you'll get an answer to your questions. Anyone else in the audience that wants to speak? Go ahead. Name and address, please.
My name is Corey Bell, I live at 1207 Upper Big Chute Road. I really don't have much else to say besides what my neighbors have said, but I just came to voice my concern that I don't believe that any of us should be responsible for maintaining any of their property or anything else like that. It just does not make any sense to me at all.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Any other persons that would like to speak in the audience? If there are any other members of the public who did not, oh, come on up, sir.
Good morning. I'm Ed Hardy, 1052 Anderson Line. Okay. Where to go? I've never done this before, so I might be a little shaky. Regarding, okay, there's some history. The property that's wet right now used to be dry. It used to be ditched. It used to go, yes, back in the 50s and 60s, it used to go straight to the river. Things changed and it's been flooding ever since. That's just history. But now that's where we're here now. I had some questions on the preliminary cost report. Looks like you did a good job, Mr. Ash. But there's a lot of costs not included in the report. So it's going to be a lot higher. There's potential utility moving, potential soil moving, HST, Maybe the county will decide to do the work on their own road instead of a private contractor. They have that option. So that could be a potential raise in cost. There's also, I see in the Drainage Act, whoever does the work is allowed to go 33% over cost or over the tender cost before anybody questions it. So again, there's another added cost. I was just bringing that up. I have a question for Mr. Ash. And I don't know if he's all answering me what I'm asking. The buried drain, 450 millimeter one, that's going to be down to the river, the final portion. Is that a covered drain? Is that?
Go ahead, Mr. Ash. Thank you. Is it a covered drain? Sorry.
Well, underneath the Municipal Drainage Act, any covered drain has to take everything that's coming to it.
Correct. It is a covered drain. Yes.
So, I don't know, to me, that's undersized. And it's what if the drain or culvert going to that drain is 800 millimeters, then that drain is only 400 millimeters.
450. Yeah.
One sized a lot bigger, one size a lot smaller. And then the one that's sized smaller is going to be into the river, pretty well at the river's elevation. There's a few months of the year on your report where that river elevation is high. So the outlet's going to be underwater. So that's going to slow down the drainage. And I'm just wondering if it cannot meet its target, are we moving the problem on the south side on private property now to flooding on the north side? Another concern, Ian asked for a deferment, and I can understand this, which will add more costs, I think more meetings. If the majority, 60% or more, are willing to vote no, we don't even have to go that far. It's over, right? And the original petitioners are 90%. Well, that's where I'm at. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hardy.
I believe we have Ms. Hudlin from SSCA online too.
And I think we have one more person that would like to speak.
Good morning, everyone. So I am Angela Stirk and I'm at 1033 Anderson Line. I would love being a part of this community. I'm very happy to be here today. I'm happy to see all my neighbors in my community and surrounding area here as well. And I was very happy to see Dawn Clarke being recognized today for all her efforts in the community. She is absolutely wonderful. So a couple things that are of concern to me, and a lot of them have been mentioned already. And I know that it doesn't affect me as much as it might affect my neighbors at 1000 and 1008 Upper Big Chute Road. But again, the cost, why am I on the hook for a cost that is not really of benefit to me and it's only affecting me? Another thing that I wanted to mention is I know the report recognizes and mentions the Migratory Birds Conservation Act and the Species at Risk Act, and I just want to know what is being done for those pieces and the endangered species. I know it's not important to Ford and the government, but it is very important to me, and I'm hoping it is important to the community and the wetlands that are very important surrounding us. Specifically the clearing and grubbing, removing and disposing of trees, tree protection. Just recently on the weekend, I had the Blandings turtle cross my property, which is very rare. They're very endangered, and they can't be here to speak for themselves. So I just wanted to make sure that due process was being taken to protect them.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay. So now we have Michelle. Would you like to speak, please?
Good morning. Thank you. Through the chair, my name is Michelle Hudlin. I'm with Severn Sound Environmental Association. Our address is in Port McNicholas, 489 Finlayson Street. The township requested that SSEA be involved in the Medonte 3 drain initiative. We did attend the site meeting and we provided some follow-up comments last year. With respect to the report, we did a bit of a review and provided some comments by email to the township. I'll just sort of high level them here. We were pleased that there were recommendations for appropriate erosion and sediment control measures to protect water quality, and that it was noted that impacts on aquatic and terrestrial habitats need to be considered with best practices implemented for their preservation and their restoration if and when the project proceeds. And I would just preface my next comments by saying that I'm a biologist, I'm not an engineer or a hydrologist, and we don't have those staff. So these comments are just very general in nature. But in 2024, we did provide some general Great Lakes water level comments, just indicating that, those water levels might need to be a consideration for the drain. Folks may or may not know that Great Lakes water levels do fluctuate over time, and sometimes, as one of the previous speakers has indicated, sometimes it's on an hourly basis, also seasonally, and year over year. And Environment and Climate Change Canada is projecting that high lake levels in the future might be higher and low lake levels might be lower with respect to climate change compared to what has been historically recorded at water level gauges. The report did note that the areas low-lying and referenced Coldwater River water levels since 2022, but it wasn't clear whether higher Great Lakes water levels, which would also mean higher water in Matchedash Bay and potentially in the Coldwater River, have been considered in the design and the long-term operation of the drain. SSEA has partnered with the Canadian Hydrographic Service. There is a water level gauge in Midland Harbour, and the maximum water level measurement for that station that's been recorded to date, as reported by the Hydrographic Service, was 177.82 meters above sea level, recorded in 2019. So we did provide just some additional resources, the historic and real-time and forecast water levels for that Midland gauge, as well as other gauges in Georgian Bay and Lake Huron, are available online. And we provided those links as information. So just wanted to draw attention to the potential for Great Lakes water levels to be an issue, and that those, ideally should be considered for any development or infrastructure near shorelines or areas that may be potentially impacted. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, if there are any members of the public who did not get called and would like to speak, please unmute yourself now, or for those in person, please approach the microphone and give your name and address for the minutes.
Good morning. My name is Elaine Pfeiffer. I'm Ross Pfeiffer's daughter. He's an elderly person, so I'm speaking on his behalf. We are at 1047 Anderson Line. He just wants to go on record that he is with his neighbors with a no. The financial impact is not as great for him, but he does want to stand behind his neighbors on it. So it's not great for him, but he does not want it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in person or online? Come on up, Mr. Brandon.
I would like to let the people here that have been.
Mr. Brandon, just give your name and your address, please.
Oh, I'm at Earl Brandon at 12345 County Road 16. Which the County Road 16 is part of Highway 12 that was taken off between Coldwater and Wabashee. I was born in Coldwater in 1935. I am now 90 years old. I've seen everything that went on. I thing that I miss here is that there's nothing to say about the sewer plant, which dumps into the system that is there now. And it has 60-inch culvert that comes across the road to take the sewer on. Now, they will say they don't, but I have tested it. Now, I shouldn't say I've tested it. I tried to get it tested, but you have to go to a special place to have it tested. But when they were dumping those big trucks on the start, it was coming out through Brown's farm. Brown's farm used to be a farm. And the one that we own now was on the other side of the road. And I wound up owning that in 1967, I believe it was. And we bought it to produce. We also bought the other half of the tract, which we developed into a subdivision. Now, this, no matter what, when you mention the sewer, the council doesn't mention the sewer. The engineers don't mention the sewer. And the engineers who I had used for 20 years for the subdivisions, all of a sudden, we are getting one out of their office in Ottawa, and he's here today. Now, the engineers that were out of Aurelia, they knew what was there and the levels. And it doesn't show them as putting anything in there. Now, for what we want to hold up on that is that on Maria's property, where they start to take it off, and then her property dumps onto my property, that we would then test the soil and see if that soil at this time will take a subdivision. And we're not sure it will. And that's why we want it held up. Now, it seems to me that the council, the Ontario government, and the federal government gets involved because of the river. And that we aren't going to go ahead with this at all. We just will vote no if we don't get an extension, because we want to know that everything is there correct and that our properties could have houses on them. Whether we would get passed for a subdivision, we don't know. But certainly there would be a few lots come off of those, and especially Maria's property along County Road, because it's just normal that this happens. So that's where we sit with it now. And we are here today that if it isn't extended, then our vote is no. I live here, and I've lived here for 90 years, and I don't need to have to sell it. We're not in a position. But those people who have come into the town now, and they've bought up 200 acres, 100 acres, everything through there, for the intention that Coldwater will become 15,000 within 20 years. And that is a statement from the government, not from me. So that's our position, that we are here today. If you don't extend it, it's no. Now we're told it has to be today. What's the hurry? It's just a drain. Those people that are talking from above the hill, their drain back a few years ago before the sewer plant came down and went across the 12th concession, which is Anderson Line, which that part has never been developed for anything. So the whole thing just seems like a big mess in here, that we got a sewer plant, we got a government's pushing that. That plant is going to service 15,000 people. That's a lot of people to come up from where we are now, about 2,000. And in 15 years, so I can see where people get upset. They're just not going to be upset with us doing there. They're going to be upset with all the others that have put an application in that figured to put those 15,000 people in around Coldwater. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. Anyone else in the audience or online that would like to speak? Don't see anyone. Okay, so it's now council's turn, but before we begin, I just want some clarity because I did hear from the presenters why they have to pay. So I've only ever had one municipal drain experience, and that was some years ago, and it was quite a learning curve. So I think I'd just like a refresher so that all of council is aware what a municipal drain is. And I'm not sure if Mr. Ash wants to speak to it, or maybe Mr. Andre, who's a municipal lawyer, would like to speak to it, just so we get some clarity for myself as well as council as how a municipal drain works, but more so, who enacted the Municipal Drain Act and why did the Municipal Drain Act even come forward? And what rights do we have as a council and as far as the residents as well? Just a brief history. I don't know who would like to tackle that. I can speak to it. I know some of it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong.
I think we'll probably let Mr. Ash or Mr. Burke
Perfect.
do it.
Sure. I can't say I can respond to where it came from or what the
Well, I can tell you the farmers years ago back in 1900s, this is what I was told.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Lobbied the federal government as well as the provincial government because their lands were flooding. They had to come up with a solution as to how are they going to allow, and farmers feed cities. How are they going to allow or make it better for farmers to drain their lands? They came up with these municipal drains. Unfortunately, that was done over 100 years ago. Fast forward to today, what we have two developers whose lands are flooding, and the impact of those developers to get their lands dry are now going to impact residents that we see in our audience. So, and Mr. Andre is a municipal lawyer. The original act, and I don't know how you change the act, was done for a reason, but fast forward today, the ones that are going to benefit, because my understanding, and I'm not a lawyer, the benefit was for the farmer to drain his land to allow crops to be grown. What we have today are lands that are going to be drained to benefit a developer. So I don't know how we get around it or if we can even get around it. And I don't know if Mr. Ash or Mr. Andre would like to comment on it. Single out Derek.
I'm certainly happy to speak to it. I don't know, Mr. Ash, if you wanted to say anything first.
Sure. Yeah, I'll just jump in quickly. So I would agree, Mr. Mayor. I think the original intent of the act was to address agricultural drainage issues. Now, having said that, there's wider use of the act today to allow improvement of areas requiring drainage. That's what the act really sets out to achieve, to set forth a process to address areas requiring drainage, whether they be agricultural drainage issues or in this case issues with drainage on private lands that are located in a settlement area. So it's the act itself and the application of the act is quite broad. Yeah.
I'm confused. So you're saying that even so if I had a chunk of property, but it would have to be a municipal drain that was designated a municipal drain 100 years ago, correct? For that to happen. Is that correct?
The Drainage Act itself is a process for establishing a municipal drain to address a drainage issue. So if you had a drainage issue that required you that in order to resolve required you to cross private downstream landowners who may or may not consent, the Drainage Act provides you with a tool to get that rectified.
No, I understand that, but the only way this application is before council today is because this is a municipal drain, correct? Is that why? Or no? That's what I'm confused about.
So thank you, and through the mayor. So we're custodians of the process, right? So in this area, there was no municipal drain previous. There's an area of lands that had requested drainage improvements, and they do so to the municipality, actually to the drainage superintendent, which is myself. We start the process. So if enough of the area requiring drainage has petitioners in favor of improving a drain, more than 60%, then you start the process of at least receiving a petition. The petition moves through the process, which is the Drainage Act, right? The Drainage Act is very prescriptive in the way the process is to be undertaken. We hire a drainage engineer, and all along this process, you're kind of confirming, is this still a valid project? Is it a valid petition? Is there some solution? That's why we looked at alternatives. So we're the custodian of a process, really is how it, and this could apply to any lands in Severn, because that's our municipal boundary, but any lands suffering from poor drainage has the opportunity to come to the municipality and say, hey, I got some poor drainage here. I'd like you to help us solve this. And we'd like to use the Drainage Act.
Derek, sorry, I'm still confused, and I'm sure others are. So what I'm confused about is how are the other residents that are on this piece having to pay towards if it's not a municipal drain? Because my understanding is that anyone that benefits from cleaning the area that needs to be cleaned, and then this document was done years ago, and you're saying now that if we have a problem with flooding and they need to drain that flooding, it's our responsibility to fix the flooding when it's on Upper Big Chute, and that is a county road as well, because I heard that as well.
Right. And through the mayor. So actually to clarify that a bit more is each municipal drain is its own bylaw. It's its own, entity to a certain extent. This one doesn't exist today, and the process that we've been going through from the petition, a valid petition by Mr. Goodman's clients, are starting a new drain. So, on the way to the path of the end of this will be a new municipal drain that would have assessments to landowners above, or people that contribute to the water in the watershed that contributes to the area requiring drainage. A new boundary will be established, and those areas will be assessed as per the assessment schedule that's provided in the report. So this one's not like the Purbrook or Rice, or we got a number of municipal drains in the township. They have their own bylaw, they have their own schedule, they have their own maintenance cycles. This process here is considering whether we create another one in Severn for us to manage. And the local municipality, the lower tier municipality, is the municipality with the responsibility to manage this process.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Cox.
Yeah. So through the chair, when Andre said you decided maybe you needed more time, which is, I understand, we all just got it too. But then I hear Mr. Brandon speak, and he says, if we hear all the objections today and we have objections, then he's going to withdraw. But these two petitioners asked for this drain. And if we say no today, and all the petitioners do, and then Mr. Brandon does, the township is now on the hook for this engineer's report, the preliminary one. And that doesn't seem fair to me. When we didn't petition for it, the other two people did. And then to move on is that you can do a mutual agreement drain because two people have an issue with the drainage, and that would be the two developers. These other people have nothing to do with this. This is an issue that goes along a county road, which is our county ditches, which they should be responsible for. And the other drainage issue is an old ditch beside an old railway that's been abandoned. And that does not have anything to do with the township or the other people, because that's on one of the developer's property, and that's his job to look after that. And as was spoken today, it's not fair for people to pay into two people who want to develop their property and make money on it in the end. If you want to drain your property, then drain it. And if there's an issue with the ditches, that's a county problem. They should be fixing those ditches in order to do the proper drainage. But my biggest concern is we can defer this. And then if you withdraw, who pays for the engineer's report?
So if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, address some of the questions that have been posed. And perhaps I'll start, Madam Deputy Mayor, with your question there. Mr. Brandon and Ms. Squire, as co-petitioners, are responsible for the cost of the engineer's report if they choose to withdraw. That's clear in the act, and that's what they signed up for initially. So I don't think you need to worry about that. I do want to take a step back and make sure everyone understands a bit of the history and the rationale for the Drainage Act. So you're quite correct, Mr. Mayor, that it has agricultural roots. It's very old, probably over 100 years old, and was initially brought in to help drain farmers' fields, as you said. A lot of our legislation in Ontario is over 100 years old, including the roots of the Municipal Act that governs everything you do as Township Council. And so the Drainage Act is another piece of legislation that's been around for quite some time. As communities move from a rural setting to a more urbanized setting, and I appreciate Coldwater is not that urban, but as subdivisions have been approved over several decades, developers have had to deal with drainage within those subdivisions, and to the extent those subdivisions connect to municipal pipes and roads, the municipalities have been responsible for making sure that they drain properly and that all that water gets to an outlet into a river or a water course or a lake. The reason the Drainage Act exists is because there's some lands, and it was primarily used for agricultural lands, that simply did not have a proper drainage outlet, whether they were low-lying, whether adjacent lands had been graded to prevent water from flowing properly. The Drainage Act set out a process by which those landowners could petition for a new drain to be created to make sure that their lands could dry up. And you have to remember that these lands we're talking about here were originally farmlands, and we have aerial photos dating back several decades which show that they used to be farmed and they used to be dry, as was said this morning, including by some of the residents up the street. So the reason, and I think Mr. Brandon and Ms. Squire were characterized as developers. Mr. Brandon has development experience for sure, but they're also longtime landowners in the township. And whether these lands are to be used for development or for other purposes, the fact is they're flooding and there's nowhere for that water to go. And I appreciate the owners up the street are saying it's not their problem, they don't own the ditches, but neither does Mr. Brandon and neither does Ms. Squire. And so that really gets to the nub of the issue, which is this is a county road, Upper Big Chute Road. We approached the county back in 2023 before we filed this petition. We met with and we wrote to the drainage or the head of public works of the county, Mr. Mille, and we asked him if the county would improve those ditches. As you've heard from several residents today, the ditches are a mess. Mr. Ash's report confirms that they're poorly graded and they simply don't drain. The culverts are full, and that's why the water pools on the south side. So the ditches need to be improved in the county road. And we asked the county if they would do that, and their response was, no, we're not going to do anything just because you ask us to. It's not our problem. And they said if your option is to file a drainage petition, because that is the legislation we have to deal with these situations and to go through this process that we're now in. And they said if you file that drainage petition, we will support going through that process, but that's the process you have to do. So we really had no other option. We cannot force the county to fix its ditches. We cannot force Severn to fix its roads either. But what we can do is take advantage of this legislation, not take advantage, but use this legislation that was created for this exact purpose to drain lands that have no other proper outlet and to see what is possible. And that's what Mr. Ash was then assigned to do. And he's examined the existing swale cutting through the Brown property and explain why. And I heard Ms. Brown say that it was not intended to be draining the municipal road initially. It was intended to drain the farm. That makes sense. It's obviously doesn't have the capacity to drain all the lands on the south side of Upper Big Chute Road, but the drain simply doesn't work anymore. And I think Mr. Ash confirmed that trying to regrade that is not a practical solution. So the other solution is to create to fix the ditches so they actually work both on the south and the north side of Upper Big Chute Road, and to make sure that water gets to the river. And if this township chooses to ultimately pass bylaws to create that municipal drain, then that infrastructure can be built, and it can be built within the county's road because the legislation allows that to happen. It can be built across private property as well through what are effectively easements because the legislation allows that to happen too. And the reason for that is that one private property owner could otherwise thwart the whole thing. And so the province in its wisdom has this legislation which says municipalities can override that. We're not trying to trample on anyone's property rights. And if there's a solution that works entirely within the county road allowance, then that may be the best solution. And that's probably another reason to defer to see if that could be explored a bit more. So Mr. Brandon, you heard, and to clarify about the request for deferral, Mr. Brandon said if the township wants to get this off its desk today and never talk about it again, then he's going to withdraw. And then this thing will be dead and there will be a lot of effort wasted to try to find a solution, and we'll be back to square one with no solution. And what I think the township really needs to remember is this land is within the urban area and is pegged for future growth. So it's not so much about profit for my client. It's about this land is supposed to be part of the development of the community ultimately. And I think what you heard Mr. Brandon say at the end was himself and Ms. Squire would like some more time to do some soil testing to confirm whether houses are even possible on these lands. Because if with this additional engineering information, it turns out that building houses here is a pie in the sky idea, then it probably does not make sense to spend all this money on a drain and go forward. And, he'll be stuck with wet property forever, which, will have no useful purpose. And that means the township will not have this part of its urban area developed. So that, I think more time to explore that is worthwhile. But if it turns out that if this drain can actually be built and function properly, and those ditches can be function properly, and the water can get off this area so that it can be developed into a subdivision, that not only benefits the private landowners, but it also benefits the municipality as a whole, and indeed the province, which wants to see growth. And I appreciate that not everyone wants to see growth, but that is part of our provincial land use planning policy. So again, all we're asking for today is more time, and it may be that in 4 months we're back here and Mr. Brandon says, I don't want to do this. Or it may be that all the other residents say we shouldn't have to pay a dime, and that persuades you as to what action to take. There's also a process for adjusting the assessment and allocation, where perhaps the residents upstream are not assessed a cost and instead the county has to pay more, for example. There's things that can be explored there. I don't know what the county's willingness will be, but that's why we have these quarter revision processes to figure out who should pay. And I sympathize with the residents who are saying, why should we have to pay when we didn't contribute anything to this? And the answer to that is, I'm sympathetic, and it's because the county doesn't have proper ditches. And the reason technically that there's outlet liability assessments is because that land is flowing off those properties. And in theory, that water is affecting others. And at common law, at civil law, there could be a lawsuit in the future about that water flooding other properties. I can't imagine that's going to happen, but that's the rationale for the outlet liability assessment. And again, if the county had a proper ditch, it wouldn't be an issue. So we're in a tough spot here. We're not trying to thrust our costs on other people. We're trying to get lands dry that used to be dry and that are not dry anymore because of the way the county has mismanaged its ditches, unfortunately. And we can't force the county or the township to do anything. So that's why we're here today. This process is legit and it's available to us. And we're asking for a few more months to try to sort through these issues. We're very mindful of the neighbors' concerns. And hopefully in a few months, there can be a final decision made whether this makes sense.
Yep.
No.
Supplemental. It's interesting that my view on that piece of property, and I've lived in Coldwater my whole life, that carp used to flop there. And it was wet. And it's only been within the last 15 years or so that those trees have grown. It was always a wetland. So I understand that maybe way back, it might have, but those trees, and you've seen the trees on there, the scrub trees, they were never there when I was a child. It was wet. So I just thought I should put in my 2 cents worth on what it would look like. Thank you.
Councillor Minutes.
Thank you very much through the chair. So I do have some questions, and I thank everybody for their comments because it all kind of feeds together. But my first question is for legal counsel that's on the call. If the property has been sitting idle for the past 65 years, which is what we were told since 1960, why is this coming forward as an issue now? Because you just said that it's not for developmental purposes, although that may be coming in the future. So why is this even coming to us now? If it isn't broken, why are we trying to do something with it? That's my first question. Thanks.
Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Mayor. I would respond by saying it is broken, and you're quite correct that it's been broken for quite some time, and it's only coming forward now in 2023 when the petition was filed. I just want to be clear, there is a desire to develop these lands if possible. And that is not just a private desire, a private profit-making desire. That is actually a municipal policy. Your official plan says these lands are within the community area, they're serviced, and they should be developed. That's what your own official plan says. So we're simply trying to implement what the provincial and municipal planning policy is, but only if it's possible. So, those policies have been on the books for a little while, and it is, just at this time that Mr. Brandon has come to my office and we've talked about how those lands might be made unlocked for development essentially because they're too wet to develop as they are today. So I can't tell you why it didn't happen 40 years ago or 20 years ago. I can only tell you what I know from the past few years, but I can tell you that it is Township of Severn and County of Simcoe policy for those lands to be developed, and provincial policy.
Okay, so thank you. So then further to that, because we do know that those lands are are settlement lands, so that's fine. Why is the municipal drain the first step in the process? So, and only because it's been raised here that soil testing would have to happen. There isn't a sewer system in the area that would even entertain another subdivision. Subdivisions take a long time. I represent Ward 4, West Shore, and Minoki Beach Road has been under subdivision being built for over 10 years and nothing's happening. So why are we starting with this process that financially affects landowners when it seems that it's not the first step that the current landowners need to take?
It's a good question again through you, Mr. Mayor. I suppose in theory, this could be deferred to a subdivision process and explored further then, but it would still have to go through the same municipal drainage process. And so for us, the first step was trying to determine if there's a way to even get these lands dry to see if they're capable for development. In the fullness of time, if the lands dry out and the development applications proceed, then there will have to be stormwater management controls that are put in place through the subdivision process, likely a storm pond with an outlet to Coldwater River, and it may not be through this municipal drain you're creating because the lands are broader than this. Mr. Brandon's lands go all the way down the rail corridor and are much larger than the area requiring drainage we're talking about today. So that proper stormwater management system would still have to be explored through that process. But this first step is being taken to determine if it's even possible that these lands could come forward for development. Because right now, when they're saturated and in fact, have a couple of feet of standing water at certain times of the year, like it's just a complete non-starter for development in those circumstances. And to the extent you're asking why upstream owners have to pay, I appreciate for each of them that a couple of $1,000s is something they don't want to have to pay for the status quo effectively for them. In the grand scheme of the cost, like that's not a huge amount. It's Mr. Brandon and Ms. Squire that are on the hook for the majority of the assessment. But again, those assessments can be revisited through further discussion with the drainage engineer, with the township, or even through a court of revision. And it may be that the municipal drain could be built with a different assessment that does not impose that kind of burden or a lesser burden on those owners. So we didn't set out in this process to have others chip in on our costs. That was the recommendation of Mr. Ash. And frankly, I didn't know that until a week ago when I got this report. So I'm still digesting it myself and trying to decide whether that's a fair assessment or not. This process has been going on for a year and 3/4, and I've had a week to wrestle with these numbers effectively. So we're asking for more time.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
so-
Andre. Go
sorry,
ahead,
I just
Councillor
supplemental.
Mannings.
So, you started off by responding that this process could happen during the subdivision plan control process, but then you flipped back and said that this is the first step. So I'm just still, I'm not going to ask the question again, but I would still just state that this is not the logical first step in the process for me to see whether or not those lands could be developed. But I do have a different question. It may be for Mr. Burke here at the township. I'm not sure. If council were to exercise one of the 4 options that was presented in the Tatham presentation, and I'm thinking specifically, my question is, it's option 2, that council stops the proceeding and terminates the project right now. How is the county involved if we were to do that?
Mr. Burke.
Yeah, through the mayor. So the county is right now acting kind of similar to another landowner. So we're managing the process. They're assessed as a landowner. They wouldn't have too much involvement to that. It's definitely not staff's recommendation to, from a council perspective, stop this process as it still remains valid. And we're hearing that it's simply a deferment in time. I think that's, that's something a little bit more reasonable to consider when stopping the process. There are implications, especially the cost of the cost earned to date. There's no recovery if council stops the petition process. So I think option 2, a decision today, is not recommended by staff.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Going way back, I've been on 25 years here, and this is the first time we've ever created a municipal drain. I know of at least 3, Rice Creek, Herbert Creek, and the one that goes with the fairgrounds. So some easy questions. Why not correct the defective culverts that are on the county road? Why not, if I could ask Mr. Ash that question?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the issue isn't so much with the culverts. It's the area downstream of the culverts that has an insufficient outlet. So the culverts themselves are sized
Well,
appropriately.
that's part 2. Why not fix the ditches too? That's an easy fix. And the other one is in your report, prior to 63, something changed there. And I remember as a kid growing up there, that's called Freddie Brown's Corner. There was a barn there. There was farmland on both sides. So something changed in the 60s. Why can't we go back to the 60s? Whatever the setup was back then.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, that is an option. We looked at all alternatives to address the area requiring drainage, and the alternatives that were presented are the preferred based on today, based on our assessment of the existing condition.
Okay, and we have 2 charts here showing costs. One for $433,000, another one for $35,000. So the top 3 property owners there's numbers that are in brackets. What does that mean?
So there's an assessment. There's an assessment for allocation. There are a few trees that are required to be removed along the alignment of the drain, and so we've assessed allocation to a few of the property owners to provide them a credit for the tree that they currently have coming down, to give them the ability to replant as compensation.
Because just based on what I see on 1,000 Upper Big Chute Road, you allocated $2,000, and that's where the majority of the damage is going to happen on Mr. Oakley's property there. That's just a comment. But what I'm getting at is that, and maybe if this were to go through with the bylaw, how soon do the property owners affected would have to pay their share on this chart? If I could get that. And then the second chart shows the ongoing maintenance. So this is forever, correct? If Mr. Brick, and then I have another question.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. So there's, as part of setting up the drain, a big part of it is to figure out, how is it going to be funded? So during the implementation of the work, the municipality is to raise funds. And if we happen to be involved with another municipality, they would have to raise funds to get the project started. But in the bylaw creation, there's some options of choice in how to repay the cost of the drain for each assessed party. And it's a very draft bylaw for consideration. It's a provisional bylaw. And we had set out some opportunity for, pay within, I think it's 24 months, 12 months of the completion of the drain. And that will incur no additional interest. So that would be once the drain is complete and we have a full actual cost on the drain, the assessment would be delivered to the property owners. And 12 months later, you could pay 0 interest earned. You could also take a debenture. So at the time within, I think it's 30 days of receiving the invoice, and then you're 12 months, but you're within the 30 days, I think it was 30, is to join a debenture. So you could also join a debenture, and this would be over, I believe we put it as 5 years. The interest rate at the time when we looked it up was 6%, but I think we can get that down and work with the treasurer on that. But that's why these are provisional bylaws, because it doesn't, you don't have to set that today. Today, we need to know if a drain's going forward or not, or as council has mentioned, a deferment for review, and we'll reconsider this at a future date.
Okay, it's just a follow up through the mayor. So Derek, in your report, it says there's you have to satisfy at least one of the two criteria. Majority of the landowners in the area requiring drainage. I think that one's an obvious. We don't have that. And then the second one is owners representing 60% of the land area. But if you take the land area from your chart here, I have it coming up that it's 57%. It's not, it's lower than 60. So I don't think you even meet the criteria to even go ahead with this.
Mr. Burke.
Yeah, through the chair. So there's a pretty big difference in the act between the definition of area requiring drainage and area contributing drainage, I suppose, is the catchment area. I think what you're reading there is the area requiring drainage isn't listed separately in our chart. I don't believe it is, but it's shown at least on the map. The property owner owns like over 90%. The two petitioners own over 90% of the area requiring drainage. And so because those two petitioners said they'd like this to go ahead, they have 90% support.
But just to follow, then in that case, shouldn't the developers be 90% responsible in that theory?
Yeah, the assessment process is quite involved. The benefit is definitely a significant portion of the assessment. So those within the area requiring drainage, they're receiving all the benefit from the drain. They get assessed the greatest proportion, or the greatest portion. The lesser portion is related to the liability, and that's what gets spread according to the contributions from each individual landowner in terms of runoff to that area requiring drainage.
Councillor Jansen.
Thank you. I want to start by saying thank you to everybody that's come forward to speak on this issue. Some of my questions have already been answered, and I thank you, Mayor Burkett, for putting forward your questions right at the start. I'm also not comfortable with the amounts that are being paid by the other, I guess, the contributing landowners. The comment made about the cost maybe not being a huge amount, but I'd say for seniors on fixed incomes, or the property owner that described an $8,000 bill, I'd say those are pretty substantial costs. I'd like to know, I guess, the grade. I'm hearing a grade of 2%. I'm not an engineer, but I was also hearing about the river levels. And I know this spring the river went over top of the government dock. So I'm just wondering where, if the river was to reach that level again, would this property still be flooded? Would it back up this whole new drain and still contribute to flooding on that land if the river was at that level?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, we don't have a recorded water level for this year, but we did record spring levels since 2022. So to answer your question, the drain would back up, not as far as the area requiring drainage itself, so not that far up, but the pipe drain that is proposed would fill up, and it would still function as a pipe drain. It would just require a buildup on the upstream end of it. And just a point of clarification, the river water level topic, that's something that we have considered. However, the intent of addressing the area requiring drainage is really it's targeting seasonal issues, seasonal drainage issues that are unrelated to the river itself. So if the river is high, it's going to cause flooding throughout. It's going to back up throughout. The drain as designed, it's intended to address more than that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And supplemental, as it's been mentioned, this area is within the settlement boundary area. At some point, this land will be developed, I assume. So this will have to be addressed at some time down the road, whether it's my time on council or 10 or 15, 20 years from now. I guess if this was to proceed, I'd like to see it not impact the private landowners, and I'd like to see that the drain be built in the municipal right of way. I think that was the option alternative to alignment A that crossed over the right of way with minimal impact to the private landowners. And that'd be my comments for now.
Thank you, Councillor Minnings.
Thank you through the mayor. Could I ask the clerk to put up our options? There were 4 options for council, and I'd like to see them up on the screen.
So as you're doing that, I would like to ask Mr. Ash, how did you come up with the landowners that you have here listed in your sheet? And I didn't understand, we're creating a new municipal drain, and it's upon us, once a request comes through to drain one's property, that we must act on it once we get that application. But how did you come up with all these landowners that are not going to benefit from the drain? I'm just curious.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the list of property owners reflects the watershed area to the area requiring drainage. So using contour mapping, we've been able to isolate the total area that drains from upstream to downstream. So it goes well beyond the area requiring drainage.
Councillor Brandon.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the difference between outcome 1 and 2. And knowing that I got to leave in 5 minutes, I can't shake the injustice of other people having to pay the cost. At the end of the day, I just see there is no excuse. If we have 100-year legislation, change it. We don't seem to have a problem changing legislation like that in Ontario right now. This is the time. We got old-fashioned legislation that's interfering with development. Get it changed. So that's number 1. The county obviously needs to do their work too. But for me, that unless you resolve the issue, and I mean up front, of people that aren't benefiting from this, that's just not justice served. And I would go for whatever option there shuts this down. So that's my say.
Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I just have a comment. I don't understand why we can't look at option 3 more clearly, give Ian more time to look at this, have our friend Mr. Brandon do soil tests and so on. We're talking like the fall. This thing's been running for nearly 2 years. Why? I don't want to do a knee-jerk reaction on this. I think we could get a better look at it. I know it's a public meeting, and I know these people are really interested in getting an answer. And I know, like Member Brandon, I don't think that anybody should have to pay anything other than the 2 principals who are going to be the benefactors on this.
Yeah.
I think that it wouldn't hurt us to just go to the fall session and have a review of it and allow Mr. Andres to get a better handle on it. And he may present it in a different fashion. And back to Mr. Ash, he could do a further review based on the comments from this table and make a conclusion that he may adjust some things that may be in some way favorable to the group that's here that are having to pay. And I agree with everyone sitting here. I don't think anybody should have to pay. There's no serious benefit. But the timeline is, I mean, we're being rushed. We're rushing the lawyer. We're rushing Jeremy. I think we should just give it a think about take it to the fall session.
Councillor Minnings.
Hi, thank you through the mayor. To Mr. Ash, just a quick question. You spoke stating the phrase benefiting landowners of the property. and I heard my colleague just use that. It's been used this morning. Just want to be crystal clear. Is that term benefiting landowners a Drainage Act term?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it is.
Thank you. And then just so that I'm 100% clear, in this instance, the benefiting landowners of the property then are the two petitioners. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. I'm ready to make a decision.
Any further comments from council? So I'm still struggling with this whole, we're creating a new municipal drain. That's what we're doing. Whoever, like in the future, will have to always charge the landowners that are benefiting from this drain for eternity, unless the act changes, correct? The act is so outdated. And if we move forward with this today, and the province needs to review, unfortunately, needs to review a lot of the things that are outdated. I can't in good conscience today vote on this and say, leave it the way it is. I don't believe the landowner should have to pay for this. And yes, you are the engineer, and I understand water and who benefits and who moves forward with it. But my question to Mr. Andre is Ms. Squire has a bill of $224,000. Rather than waste your time and our time here, is she willing to move forward with this? Do you have a consensus as to whether she's going to pay for this?
My understanding, and I represent Mr. Brandon, not Ms. Squire, but my understanding is that if put to that question today, the answer is no. But that's why we're asking for more time. And I think Councillor McIntyre's comments are exactly in line with what we're saying. A few more months won't hurt anybody to think about this. There's none of these landowners that are worried about being assessed costs or on the hook for anything. If it gets deferred a few more months to take a closer look and for us to discuss further with Mr. Ash. So if you're forcing us to the decision today, Ms. Squire, I understand will withdraw her name from the petition. And I believe Mr. Brandon will as well. But we don't want to do that because that'll just throw everything that's been done today in the garbage, as opposed to having a bit more time to see if there's a resolution that's acceptable to everyone. And I've heard all of the councillors' comments loud and clear, including yours, Mr. Mayor, that you don't believe any of the upstream landowners should have to pay. And that's something that'll have to be discussed. I don't think you've heard me once today say they should have to pay. That's just what's in the engineer's report, and I've had a week to digest it. So I'm asking for more time so that we can digest it and come back to you several months out or in October, November, whatever that may be. And maybe there'll be a different cost assessment chart for you to consider. Maybe at that point we'll say it seems hopeless, or maybe we'll say we think this is a really good solution that the other landowners can get behind because they're either paying minimally or nothing.
Thank you.
So I'm not quite understanding this. We get an engineer's report. They give us what everybody's supposed to pay. And now your clients realize that they don't want to have to pay this much money. And now you're saying that all of a sudden, contrary to what the engineer has said, you may be able to change this so that these people don't have to pay anything. But if your clients don't want to pay this amount, they're definitely not going to want to pay the whole amount.
I'm saying my clients have had a week to think about this, and if they're forced to make a snap decision after having a week without being able to properly understand the implications and get professional advice from other consultants, then they don't want to sign on to pay that amount right today. But if they have more time, they may decide that it is in their interest and to their benefit to pay that amount in the fall. And to the extent there's opportunity to revise that assessment schedule, that's something we'll have to discuss with Mr. Ash, because the Act does prescribe different classes of assessment, but it may be that there are ways to take a fresh look at that schedule, do more review, and maybe those numbers can change. But again, I just haven't had enough time to do that, and that's why I want more time.
Well, I would suggest, in my opinion, that if it's looked at, the two people who petitioned should be paying for it. And I mean, I can't go with anything less, because this Act says to the engineer, everybody has to have to pay towards it. So I don't see how we can just change that. So there's where my problem is. And we know now that the two petitioners don't want to have to pay a lot. And yet it's okay for some people to pay what you would consider a minimal amount. Now, I don't think that's fair.
But through you, Mr. Mayor, to be clear, I'm not saying the petitioners don't want to pay. I'm saying they are not ready to make that decision today. because they just have not had time to digest this information. They may decide in 3 months they are willing to pay because it makes good sense to them to do that. And the other thing we haven't really talked about is whether the county is being fairly assessed here. It may be that more of this cost should fall on the county, since it is their ditches after all that have been fallen into disrepair. So that's something that I think can be explored further with Mr. Ash and perhaps with county staff. That's a little more delicate because it's government, but that is something that could be explored. But I don't want to leave you with the impression that the petitioners are saying they refuse to pay anything. It's we need more time to understand if this is a fair bill for them too.
Councillor Taylor.
Just in summary there, I'm wondering if our clerk, through the mayor, could put those 4 options up again, and what are the financial conclusions on each step? Who's on the hook if we do 1, 2, 3, or 4? And then I think we should make a decision.
Yeah, please. Can we, Mr. Ashes?
Okay, Mr. Ash. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify that before a decision's made, all the information presented today, the report, it's all processed through the Drainage Act. So the assessments are in accordance with the Act. I can't commit to there being any type or sort of changes to those assessments. Just want to address that point. The second point, I'm not aware of, my interpretation of the Act doesn't necessarily allow for a deferral of a decision from today's meeting. So going back to process, the outcomes 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 allows for council through you, Mr. Mayor, to direct me as the engineer to go and look at other aspects of what's been presented. But and we've talked about some of those realignment into the municipal road allowance. Those types of topics are allowed for under the Act, but based on my interpretation, a straight deferral would be open to appeal by any of the petitioners as not being in compliance with the Act. So thank you.
Did you want to say anything, Mr. Burke? Or go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, while we have the outcomes of the meeting in the sort of 4, I don't know, paths that we could choose, I do want to note a couple of things. Like, so outcome number 1, a petition no longer being valid. I've heard this kind of throughout the conversation. I just want to be clear, without petitioner 1, I believe name is Maria, and the petitioner 2, Earl, without the removal of the names formally today, it is still a valid petition. So outcome number 1 really isn't on the table. And I did hear today that the solicitor online is representing Earl, but perhaps might not be representing Maria. So without Maria in attendance and without withdrawal, this is still a valid petition. Oh, Maria is here. Oh, my apologies. Hi. Okay, so but that's to be outcome number 1 is not really on the table without the withdrawal of the 2 petitioners. The further ones, the termination, we heard Councillor Taylor was asking about the costs, and so outcome number 2 does have a potential for the municipality, actually have likely potential that we would be on the hook for the costs incurred to date. And in addition to that, there's also a fairly probable case of appeal. So the petitioners have asked for this. And so saying no to the proceeding with the drain would likely have an appeal process as well behind it.
So Derek, can you explain the appeal process and what costs to dates council would be on the hook for?
Yeah, our estimated cost to date, just over 50,000 to prepare the report. And so that cost would be borne by the municipality under the Act. The Act actually specifically says if council decides not to, I think the term is may not.
Derek, so just supplementary, if council decides to defer this and the original 2 landowners that have petitioned this say no 2 months down the road, who pays the costs?
So in that path, it would actually still be the petitioners. So if the petitioners withdraw, they were made aware of their sort of implication, if you will, at the time of petitioning, that they may be on the hook for the cost of the drains engineer report. So if they fill out the form that says we withdraw and the petition is no longer valid, then all of the incurred costs to date go to the petitioners.
So what happens if one petitioner says yes and one says no?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Maria holds the cards here, so to speak. If she withdraws, the petition is no longer valid. If Earl withdraws, the petition is still valid.
So sorry, why does that? Well, because she's the largest landowner. Is that the one that's
Correct.
going to benefit the most?
She
So
represents
if that's the case, who pays the $50,000 that has been incurred so far by your firm?
Sorry to clarify, if
we were to defer this today, okay, and we defer it for 2 months, as Mr. Andre is alluding to, and they come back and say now that both petitioners do no longer want to move forward with the application, who pays the 50,000?
Both petitioners
pay the 50.
Correct.
So at the time, if we defer this for 2 months today, if we say this today, does council have the right in 2 months when it comes back to say no?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. With the caveat, my earlier comment, deferral is not, in my view, and we can get legal counsel opinion on this, but through my interpretation of the act, deferral is not a decision that.
Okay, so let me clarify then. My concern today is that we're on the hook for $50,000 of taxpayers' dollars today if we say no. If we defer this until it comes back and the original two petitioners back out, they are on the hook for the 50,000, correct?
Correct.
But at that time, when they come back, if they want to move forward with this, does this council still have the opportunity to say no?
Yes, you do.
Okay, so you know what? That's clarity for me. I'll defer it because I do not want to pay the 50,000. Just a sec, Council Deputy Mayor Clarke.
If it comes back and we say no, we're still on the hook for the 50,000.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so that's fine. But if I think one of the landowners is going to come back at $224,000, I'm not sure, but I'm struggling with that figure. Madam CAO.
Thank you. So I think what we've heard is you can't defer it. You would need to refer it back to the engineer for more work. Option 3. But just remember, if you refer it back, that's more work to be done and the cost will keep going up. And the petitioners may or may not withdraw whether they wish to proceed or not, because it shifts the cost back to them. So it's a pay me now or pay me later, or yeah.
Councillor Mannings.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. Deferral is not one of the 4 options. So I think we need to just take that and throw it off. $50,000, which is the cost if we were to exercise option 2 and stop this proceeding right now, is a small price to pay. This is the cost of doing business. This is a cost of the municipality. We had to take it to this point. We had to engage an engineer because of the Drainage Act process that the petitioners went through. So it cost us $50,000 to get this report to be where we are today. We've heard from everybody. It is a public meeting. We have 4 options, not 5 on the screen. And I think we need to go with what we have now, which is a small cost of $50,000, and make a decision today. I'm not sympathetic to the request for an extension because this has been here since 2023. It came again in 2024. The fact that the agenda was posted a week ago, we see the agenda the same day it's posted as the public, as the lawyers, as the petitioners. No one has an extra advantage there. But to expect the people who have taken the time to write in, the people who are on the hook for an additional bill and an annuity type bill that's going to go on and on and on is, I think that would be cruel at this point to leave them sitting still, wondering if they're going to have to come up with a few $1,000s or multiple $1,000s. It doesn't really matter. In my property, am under a debenture from whoever owned my house when I got here. It's not a good feeling. And I think that we have enough information now that, based on everything was said, the age of the act, the fact that this would be precedent setting for the municipality to take this on, we are fully within our right to pay the $50,000 to make our decision today and to give these people back some peace and quiet. It does not in any way prevent development of the two properties. They just have to go another route, and they're not even at the soil testing, et cetera, stage. So I think we need to just let everybody get their, their piece as it is to their property, their finances, all of that, and just remove this from the process and see how the owners of the land move forward with knowing that they have settlement lands that will ultimately be developed. But where we are today, this is not the first step in the process, and I cannot in good faith vote to have people incurring a cost for something that may or may not happen in my lifetime. Thank you.
Final comments. Councillor Jansen, it's in your ward. Did you have a final comment? Then we're going to have a vote.
I did, and it is a little bit different from Member Minnings, and I do think that we should refer the report back to the engineer to look at having the drain on the municipal right of way. That would give some more time for the petitioners to review the documents. I don't think there's any harm in doing that part. As I mentioned before, this is within the settlement boundary of Coldwater. At some point, this land will be developed. We want to welcome people to our community. So it'll come up at some point that we're going to have to make a decision on this, whether it's through this type of a proceeding or whether it's through the developer coming with plans to develop the land.
Mr. Ash, this will be the final. So based on what's being said, if it had to go back for a referral to your report, what kind of dollars are we looking at, and what would you be looking at to do? And would it be looking at some of the landowners that are impacted now and maybe removing some of them from the list that you have? Like, just what's entailed if it goes back for referral to your, and some of the comments about the drainage as well. Would that be something you look at, like Mr. Oakley had across his property and the trees that were going to be devastated?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the report is the report, and I would need to be directed on how you would like me to go back to the report to look at any other factors that.
So could we ask that you do nothing and just leave it the way it is?
No,
it's a deferral, but we're not asking you to do anything else to the report. So it stays at the 50,000.
My interpretation of the act would be no.
Excuse me, can I just call the vote?
Just a sec. I'm speaking. Councillor Minnings, can you hold it for 1 second, please? Go ahead, Mr. Ash.
My interpretation would be that is a deferral of the decision for today, and not a direction to me to complete any further work.
Okay, I'm going to ask Madam CEO to clarify what's been said, because I'm still confused.
I think the vote's been called, Your Worship, so you have to have the vote. So I don't know what, no, I don't, but I don't know what the motion is at this moment that we're voting on.
The motion is,
So,
Madam Clerk.
Member Minnings having called the question, I'll let Member Minnings propose what the question is. So if the motion is to proceed no further, then that's what Member Minnings' motion will read such. And I'll put that on the table for her. We have both options ready to go. So.
Thank you. I would like that motion to be going forward, that we exercise option 2.
Okay. So, and the motion can be debated once it's on the floor as well. So the motion reads that council, having considered the engineer's report from Medonte Drain 3 dated 20th, 2025, and in accordance with section 44 of the Drainage Act, does not proceed with the proposed drainage works at this time, and that notice be provided to the petitioners advising them of the right to appeal this decision to the Agriculture, Food, Rural Affairs Tribunal under section 45(2), and for that staff incurred project costs and prepare a statement for the allocation to the tax levy as operating expense in 2025. I need a mover and a seconder before debate.
Would like to move it. Councillor Taylor will move it. Councillor Minnings will second it.
May I have a recorded vote?
We get to speak to it. Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you through the chair. I just wondered if Lawyer Andres had anything further he wanted to contribute to this before we get into a discussion.
Or he can't speak. It's only council.
Okay.
Councillor
thank you.
Taylor.
Sure. Through the mayor, I believe what Councillor Minning said, that we're just kicking the can down the road. So I don't think, I can't see anything changing here. You're saying take some people off, that means other people are going to have to pay more. So go with outcome 2. I don't like doing it this way, but let's just stop this thing right now.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Clarke.
Yeah, through the chair, I would like Madam CEO to speak to this motion, please. The repercussions or whatever it was you were going to say, you can speak to the motion.
Oh, thank you. I was just going to answer the mayor's question about option 3. Option 2 has been called, but you cannot choose if option 2 gets defeated, you can't choose option 3 and direct the engineer to do nothing. You would have to direct the engineer to look at an alternative option, which he has provided, which may or may not change the assessment. You can't ask him to say take the other people out of the assessment, because the Draining Act is very clear. It doesn't matter if the higher properties are dry, they under the act contribute water to the lower properties. So that's what in my non-engineering words, that's what he's assessing. So you can't, he's an engineer and he has his requirements under his own professional codes. So he has to undertake that. So I think the only thing you could ask to look different is for them to present a different option to you, which goes in the right of way if I followed the conversation. This is my first new drain too, so I'm not knowing everything about this, but I'm just trying to translate what I have heard and answer the mayor's question. So you need to vote on option 2 because that's what's on the table. If it fails, then you may table option 3, but it has to be with some direction to the engineer, which is within his scope, not just some random, we'd like people not to pay. Is that fair?
Thank you very much for the clarification.
Any further comments? Okay. Councillor Minnings has asked for a recorded vote. Madam Clerk.
Okay, I have recorded vote requested by member Minnings. I will reread the motion. The motion reads that council, having considered the engineer's report from Medonte Drain 3, dated May 20th, 2025, in accordance with section 44 of the Drainage Act, does not proceed with the proposed drainage works at this time, and that notice be provided to the petitioners advising them of their right to appeal this decision to the Agriculture, Food, Rural Affairs Tribunal under section 45(2), and for that staff incur project costs and prepare a statement for allocation to the tax levy as operating expense in 2025. Requested vote recorded vote requested by member Minnings. Member Minnings, for or against?
For.
Member Jansen, for or against?
Against.
Mayor Burkett, for or against?
For.
Member Councillor Taylor, for or against?
Or
Deputy Mayor Cox, for or against?
For.
Missing Councillor McIntyre, for or against? Yeah. Motion carries 4-2.
Thank you, Mr. Ash, and thank you everyone for being here today.
If I can maybe suggest a 5-minute break so we can
Yes.
stretch our legs and let the room empty.
On the consent agenda, does any member of council want to pull anything on the consent agenda? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Okay, so the motion reads that the regular agenda be adopted as circulated.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Cox, second by Councillor Minnings. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to reports from officials, G3.1, Planning Report P25-029, update on Ontario. Oh, which one?
Now?
Oh, are we?
Yep.
Okay, Public Report Works Report number W25-014, Roads Resurfacing Program Additions. Mr. Burke.
Thank you. Through the chair. I'm just going to open. Oh, I'm getting a little bit of feedback. Here, I'll just stay back a bit. Okay, so yeah, this report summarizes a couple opportunities to expand our resurfacing program for 2025. The one is in response directly from the requests, and actually we saw a petition, our delegation this morning on Grayshott, and kind of in the same conversation, we have an opportunity to use a contract that we have to advance the resurfacing of Shepherd Street. So Shepherd Street has an extension that was a developer-led initiative, and we were kind of waiting on them so that we could make sure to align the whole project as one, some tax levy impact, but also some developer funds associated with that. And so, yeah, that opportunity exists. We would, I think that's a good opportunity. And it was a previous capital budget approved in 2024. It just wasn't carried forwarded because we didn't have the confirmation from the developer that they'd be advancing their portion of the work. But we learned in the early part of June that they were.
Any comments? Thank you, Mr. Burke. So this is the one that is looking at resurfacing Grayshott Drive, correct? So I did speak to Mr. Burke this morning, and I took a drive this morning down Grayshott again. So it's 0.9 kilometers, but Mr. Burke thought it would be better if we came from Turnbull rather than piecemeal it. And we do have $200,000 that we saved from our budget. So I want to put a motion forward that we do Grayshott from Turnbull down to the end. And he's going to put some cloth on it. I think we talked about some Cambrian rock and some cloth as well. Any discussion? Deputy Mayor Cox.
That's nice. I mean, I'm glad. That's good. But there's a lot of note here. There's note. So you're saying that we don't have, including many bridges and large culvert replacements such as Woodrow Road, Town Line, 3 structures, are they all coming up in the budget then? Discussion?
Yeah, through the chair. So the notes are there just to remind that we have a roads needs plan that sets out, somewhere between $3.5 to $4 million a year of renewal investment, and that we have a number of initiatives that come up through the long-term capital planning forecast that are quite costly. And so, just watching that reserve value and making sure that we don't spend more than we have. Now, I don't think these 2 additions are going to necessarily impact the long-range future of this. It's just a cautionary note. The other note that's in here is, staff's original forecast and plan for Grayshott is to reconstruct the roadway. Now, reconstruction, it costs almost twice as much, but you would get a much longer service life out of that pavement asset. What you'll see here is this approach is going to have a lower initial cost, but definitely a lower service life. Probably, it would long-term life cycle cost wise, it's going to be more efficient to continue with what staff had planned for 2030 and reconstruct this roadway, or sooner. We could advance the reconstruction as well, but reconstruction over a simple resurfacing would garner a better life cycle cost.
So supplemental. It was also noted that Liv went down there and did what they've done, which has put a higher, it sits up that whatever it is, culvert and boardwalk. It wasn't really one. So that's an issue there. But the other one I want to talk about is if we're talking about replacements, like we're talking about Woodrow Bridge and all those, are you going to put that like we usually do in September to look at road projects and bridge projects? Because I think we really have to take a look at high costs of infrastructure projects where there is another avenue for people to get to a spot, and look at the fact of how many vehicles actually utilize that road and bridge. So that I just wanted to put that in your mind when we look forward, because it's at least 3 million, and I don't even know if that's our engineering. So those are things that I really would like to look at, the high ones, and are they what we really need, and are there other avenues or different ways we might be able to do it? Thank you.
Councillor Mennings.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you for bringing this report forward. I appreciate it. I would agree with the mayor that this is a priority road now, and you've given us a cumulative total for doing Shepherd Street and Grayshott. And you've mentioned that it could be funded from the Capital Reserve Fund. Delaying it to me as what your recommendation actually is, I would caution that may not be in the best interest of the township, financially speaking, because there is already a cost that's been occurring, duplicating, ongoing. Every time you have to send trucks and staff out there with sand or stone or tar or gravel or whatever to repeat it. So there is a cost, and that cost would not go away, and it's not factored into your recommendation to delay it. So I think we have the money now. This is a dead-end road. It's a dead-end road. People are not taking it to go to the mall or anywhere else. So I don't think we need to do a Cadillac, really expensive future road in the future that's going to last 50 years. I think we need to resurface it. To me, it parallels the decision that this council made about doing a similar resurfacing on Crescent Bay Road, which is also a lakefront road, which also is a dead-end road. And we know that just how appreciative those residents are about council taking that and just doing it. This will come off of any future efforts. You can take your staff resources and all your teams and put them to other work in the, over the next few years. So I do believe this is a priority, and I would hope that council votes for it to go through or be considered a budget.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, through the mayor to Derek, you mentioned here that Narrows Road hasn't been awarded yet. I would support fixing up Grayshott, but I don't want to see Narrows Road being jeopardized. Is there a chance it's going to be jeopardized, or?
Through the chair, so that approved budget still exists. That won't jeopardize that project. They're independent projects.
Madam CEO, what did you want to caution us on? I can hardly wait.
I know this comment won't be popular with you, Mayor Burkett, but I always caution council not to make decisions in isolation. So Crescent Bay Road, you added to the budget last year, which was fine. You saw all the roads that were needed and you decided that you wanted to add Crescent Bay. But right now you're making a decision in isolation without the budgets coming forward because someone made a petition, and that's great that they're active and involved. But I suspect you all have roads in your wards that are very similar. And so you're judging one without seeing the others. And I totally agree with Councillor Mennings about the pothole filled, except that I think that describes many, many roads in the township and not just Grayshott. So that's just
So I'm
my
gonna
question.
answer that.
Vote, your worship.
No, I know, but I'm going
Agree.
to answer so you can understand the rationale and where I'm coming from. The people in that area have suffered enough with Live, and if you look at Turnbull, that's a total disaster. absolute nightmare. We have people that we want have walk on our roads. You can't walk on Turnbull. You can't walk at all. This is a small token. The road is destroyed. And I'll go back to Irish Line years ago. And I know there are some members that weren't sitting on this council. It broke up so badly. We spent $1 million to fix it. And I think that was in Councillor Taylor's ward.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes roads come up. If this was $1 million, I would take it to budget. We have a $200 surplus. Thank you, Derek, for that, for the tenders that he did put out. So in the grand scheme of things, yes, everything, and I'm a firm believer of budgeting stuff, firm believer. And we still have Stockdale that we need to address. And I'm hoping in your, and I don't know if we can speak to it, Madam Clerk, as far as Derek's, because he put in a whole bunch of others that he's looking at. We can't. Okay, leave it at that. Those are my comments. Thank you, Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the road should be done. It's a main road off of Highway 11. Anybody turns onto that road is going to get a poor impression of it. Secondly, I think if we defer it till 2030 to do the full job, the expense in 2030, who knows what that's going to be? It could be sky high by then. And the Crescent Bay folks are so, I know that the CEO said something about it in their last budget, but they were so thankful. They're going to have a party and invite all of us. Thank you, a road opening party. And by the way, they don't want a yellow line. And finally, I had something else, but there you go. My opinion of it is it's desperately needed. I mean, it's waterfront properties, and we have the money to do it at this moment through your stick handling, Derek. So I think we should do it.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do you have a motion, please?
Thank you. So the motion reads then that Public Works Report W25-014 dated June 25th, 2025 with respect to road resurfacing program additions be received. And further that the mid-year capital addition for the resurfacing of Shepherd Street in the amount of 80,000 be accepted. And further that the mid-year capital addition option 2 for the resurfacing of Grayshott Drive in the amount of 278,000 be accepted. And further that the projects be funded from the Capital Reserve Fund.
Thank you. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Minning, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on, Public Works Report number W24-015, Engineering Design Services. Mr. Newman.
Hello, through the mayor. This is our engineering design services RFP that we put out. So we had 5 projects in that RFP. We have a sidewalk extension on Gill Street from Brandon Avenue to Coldwater Road in the village, and Brick Pond and Wiley urbanization. Both of those were within budget and they're being awarded, but we've got a few here that we thought we'd bring to your attention. So Hamilton Street and Washago, we're proposing sidewalk through there and new angled parking from the Lions Club and to the main drag of downtown. Illumination, drainage updates, and we are slightly over budget on that one. So we're bringing that one to you. And then we have Claresbridge Lane, bridge and road upgrades, and the Twin Oaks subdivision. And being that they are local improvements, we thought we would bring that to you. We are within budget on Twin Oaks, but we are over on Claresbridge Lane. And I think just getting design done for these projects is the only way we're going to really know how much those projects are going to cost. So I'll turn it back. Happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Newman, just if you could just give council an overview as far as the Clares Bridge, what other studies need to be done as part of that engineering, please?
Through the mayor, yeah, I think we're over budget here. It being a local improvement, there's a lot more consultation that has to go in with the public. There are mature trees there that are going to have to come down. There'll be an assessment on them for species at risk. We've got legal survey. We have geotechnical work that's going to have to be done to inform the new road and the foundation for the new bridge. There a cultural heritage assessment also included in that. So there's a lot to do to get to our preliminary design.
Thank you. Any discussion from council? Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I support getting the studies done, but I totally disagree that the people on Twin Oaks are paying their portion out of their reserve fund. And to me, everyone should be treated the same, that they all come out of the capital reserve fund so that the whatever 600,000 that's in their own account goes towards the project to lessen the cost to the owners there. And that might help persuade that we get 51% of the people wanting this project to go ahead. So I think they should be treated all the same, and they should all come out of the capital reserve.
Thank you. Any further comments? Deputy Mayor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair. So the difference from what I read is Clare's Bridge Lane bridge upgrades. We approved to have it done because of the fact that I'm sure, I could be wrong, that we are probably part owner, or we don't know, and we've had legal things, and so thus we have to go through with this, but it will in the end maybe a local improvement. Am I right or wrong?
Mr. Burke.
Yeah, through the chair, our intentions are that these two projects are both going to be a local area improvement. That's kind of what we said in Transportation Master Plan. We discussed it at length during both reports earlier this year. And yeah, so we're proceeding under the premise that a local area improvement will be undertaken for both. But a big part of that, our solicitor's advice was you really need to have a good handle on the cost. It's hard to go to a group of people and say, you know, this is how much your assessment's going to be to fix these problems when that value varies a lot until you get into the detailed design of things.
Go ahead.
So supplemental. So with the Twin Oak one, when we passed the motion, was the motion that money would come out of the money that came with Twin Oaks from 1994, plus the sale of the two properties? Thank you.
Mr. Burke.
Through the chair, and I'm going a little bit on memory, but I think I got it right, is the two projects were to be treated similarly. So both projects will effectively, the cost for design will be included in the overall assessment, both projects similarly. However, the funding source, if it fails, and the funding source we dedicated in the 2025 budget actually comes from the levy. So the levy itself, actually, I think one's the capital, either way, I think they're levy because we knew they'd bear the cost this year. But they'll get funded from there. And if there's a recovery available, certainly we'll be putting it back into the local area improvement. And our solicitor said that that's a reasonable thing to do, is the full cost of the project, including design. But if it fails, it's a municipal cost.
So what you're telling me then is that both engineering costs are coming from the capital reserve. And when the time goes out to share, Twin Oaks will have to share their engineering and Clare's will have to share theirs. So that makes it equal. Thank you.
Further comments? Councillor Taylor.
So just so that I'm clear there, will the project cost have the design in the costs so that the owners pay back the township out of the reserve account? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, through the chair, like hypothetically, if it was a success and it goes through and we have a fixed cost in engineering and construction and a total cost, this would get divided less the value that's in the reserve account already set aside for Twin Oaks, right? So because there's that value, and then those assessed values would go out to all of those property owners, basically probably on a frontage case, but that's to be determined based on the local area improvements process. And then the municipality also owns land there. So, you know, we would be no different than the neighbors assessed a value against our land and everybody else's lands from the total project cost, including design, less the reserve that we've had set aside for that area project, so that it's fair and equal with the two projects being treated similarly.
Yeah, then just that would make it very simple. Treat everybody the same. It all comes out of the reserve account. And then when there's time to pay, then let's make it all the same.
So the motion then reads that Public Works Report W25-015 dated June 25th, 2025, with respect to engineering design services be received, And further, that the proposal from Triton Engineering in the amount of $80,145 excluding HST be accepted for the design services of Twin Oaks subdivision. And further, that the proposal from RJ Burnside in the amount of $153,979 excluding HST be accepted for the design services for Clare Bridge Lane Bridge upgrades. And further, that the proposal from Tatham Engineering Limited in the amount of $69,735 excluding HST be accepted for the design services of Hamilton Street upgrades. And further, that the deficiencies for Clare's Bridge Lane upgrades and Hamilton Street upgrades be funded from the Capital Reserve Fund.
Thank you. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Cox, second by Councillor
No.
go ahead.
I don't, you didn't mention, like in the report on the summary, it says it does come out of the Twin Oaks reserve account, but we're saying it's out of the general account. I think that should be in the motion.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
I think what he's saying is in the end, it comes out of that. Just like Clare's Bridge will in the end come out of it. So like the design and once it's all ready to roll, he'll add up the design and all the things and that will come out of the Twin Oaks one. He'll do the design in the Clare's Bridge one and talk to those owners.
Go ahead. What would you like?
No, I think we agreed as to clarify it, that to make it all the same, that all comes out of the capital reserve. That's what we said.
Mr. Burke.
Yeah, through the chair. I think it's still the same because if they're successful, then both projects will be fully costed, including the costs that we've approved here to date. And then those will have a total. Then you'll deduct the full Trader Cowan Reserve Fund so that that impact is lessened. And then the assessments will go out. Whereas on Clare's Bridge, you don't have a reserve fund sitting around. And so all of the costs, including the design, would get split along the frontages and they would be assessed. So they wouldn't have the benefit of having a reserve fund like Trader Cowan does. But just today, the actual cost is going to come out of, and realistically, the capital reserve fund is really just a bank account number. It's, the Trader Cowan fund is going to pay for the project if it's advanced successfully. And if it's not advanced successfully, then, I guess council has a choice to fund it from capital reserve fund or from that Trader Cowan fund.
So Taylor, what would you like to see done?
So how is the engineering going to be paid for Trader Cowan?
Mr. Burke.
Through the chair, if it's successful, it'll be paid for by all of the property owners, less the Trader Cowan reserve account.
Councillor Taylor's getting at is so we've got the engineering cost that's in this report. What he's looking for is the way the motion's written, it's going to come out of the reserve account, which Councillor Taylor is struggling with, correct?
Correct.
You want it to come out of the $600,000 fund, the two properties we sold. You would like to see the engineering money come out of that. Is that correct?
I want everything to come out of the general accounts. And then when it's time to pay the bills, then it'll come out of the Trader Cowan reserve account. And like I said, I think Clare's Bridge and Twin Oaks should be treated the same.
So the only way we're going to do the Clare's Bridge is they haven't got an account, to Mr. Burke's comment. It doesn't have a reserve account. It has to come out of the general account, which is our bank account for now. But we don't have anything for the Clare's Bridge. We have nothing. We don't have a reserve account like we do for Trader Cowan. There's no account for the Clare's Bridge. It has to come out of the right?
Right. It's the same as Hamilton Street and everything else. It comes out of the general. So I'm just saying, why not both of them come out of the general account? And then when it's time to reconcile all the bills, then the reserve account for,
I think that's,
you see where, no, it's not.
Motion again, please, Madam.
Say it.
Okay, I think the change that Councillor Taylor is looking for is in that final paragraph is that where it says, it's actually in both. So it's the last two where it says, and further right now, the deficiencies for Claresbridge Lane upgrades on Hamilton Street would be funded from the capital reserve. He's looking for it to say the deficiencies from the Claresbridge Lane upgrades and Twin Oaks subdivision and Hamilton Street upgrades be funded from the capital reserve. He'd like this.
No deficiency.
Okay, so then where are we adding that in? I think that's the problem that member Taylor's.
So, let's see. The treasurer was confused. I think this is really a.
Andrew?
If I can, through the mayor, Mr. Burke isn't wrong in his assessment, but ultimately we are only going to use the Trader Cowan funds to fund the project so it reduces the costs for the property owners at the end of the day. If it doesn't go through, we're not going to, if they choose not to go through with the local area improvement, then arguably we'd make the decision at that point in time whether or not we want to use the Trader Cowan Fund reserve for that, or if we just want to use the general reserves. At this point in time, it's not going to make a difference. And we will make sure that we fund it to, that what's most beneficial to the property owners in the area.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, are you okay with that, Mark?
Yeah.
So well, I think the motion that Allison read, that they're going to take the money from the general reserve, not taking it from the.
She's added in there.
Yeah.
I'd like
So-
to reword it again then, please, and then
Okay, I think we have it, Madam Clerk.
I think my sugar's getting low.
All the monies are coming out of the general reserve. We're not taking anything out of the Trader Cowan on all and everything today. So can we read the motion again, please?
Certainly, that Public Works Report W25-015 dated June 25th, 2025, with respect to engineering design services be received, and further that the proposal from Triton Engineering in the amount of $80,145, excluding HST, be accepted for design services at Twin Oaks subdivision. Further that the proposal from RJ Burnside in the amount of $153,979, excluding HST, be accepted for design services of Claresbridge Lane upgrades. Further, that the proposal from Tatham Engineering in the amount of $69,735, excluding HST, be accepted for design services of Hamilton Street upgrades. Further, the deficiencies for Claresbridge Lane upgrades and Hamilton Street upgrades be funded from the capital reserve.
Councillor Taylor?
I don't see Twin Oaks in that last.
It was the first one.
Was it?
First
Okay.
one. Okay, mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, second by Deputy Mayor Cox. All in favor? That's carried.
No, we hard stop. We have people waiting in the front with respect to the
Stop.
flag raising
Sorry.
and the time capsule opening.
Okay, let's do that. Okay, we're moving on to 1.21, planning report number P25-028, subdivision agreement, removal of hold, high-level construction limited, 3879 Town Line, Marchmount. Ms. Woodrow.
Thank you, Mayor Burkett. Today, council's being requested to consider two items related to the proposed subdivision at 3879 Town Line, which is located at the intersection with Highway 12 in the Marchmont settlement area. The first is the approval of a subdivision agreement with high-level construction. The agreement sets out the requirements for 19 lots to be developed on a new municipal road with stormwater management pond, tree preservation areas, well monitoring program, and associated securities for those items. The second item council's being requested to consider is the removal of the holding bylaw, which would not take effect until the subdivision agreement is signed and fully executed and subsequently registered on title by our solicitor. The reason council's being asked to consider the bylaw now is because of summer recess to avoid any unnecessary delays to the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members of council? Deputy Mayor Cox.
Through the chair to Ms. Woodrow. Did they straighten out that tree issue that we were getting calls on, the people on the other side in that subdivision against them where the trees were falling on over their fences and property?
Thank you. If I may, through you, Mayor Burkett, to Deputy Mayor Cox. Yes, we have had that issue resolved because the lands are still under development. The applicant and their professionals, including their arborists and environmental consultants, are still responsible for the site and have attended to address concerns by the neighbors, which has included the hazard tree removal.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, through the mayor to Andrea. Can you describe the well monitoring program? Is it a standard one? Because I know we've got other future subdivisions that are requesting something like that.
If I may, Mayor Burkett, through you to Councillor Taylor. So the purpose of the well monitoring program that we worked on with our consulting hydrogeologist looks at the existing wells in the neighborhood, and we take a monetary security to make sure that there is no impact to those wells. So those wells have been assessed prior to the development. They will be assessed during the development by the developer as well as post-development, and we will retain the monies until there's at least, I believe, 50% occupancy of the dwellings to ensure that there's no negative impacts to surrounding wells.
Thank you. Is that a standard procedure that we've always done, or it's something that we've just started?
If I may, through you, Mayor Burkett, to Councillor Taylor, we've certainly done that in other subdivisions, such as the Rimkey subdivision, I believe the Lock subdivision as well. We did hear through the application for these specific lands that neighbors were concerned about their potential impacts to their wells. So that's why we also imposed it for this subdivision. So we've done it before, and we've continued to do it based on neighbor input as well.
Thank you.
Further comments? Madam Clerk, do you have a motion?
Thank you. Motion reads that planning report P25-025 dated June 25th, 2025, with respect to a subdivision agreement with High Level Construction Limited and removal of a holding provision for 3879 Town Line be received, and that the Township of Severn, approve the subdivision agreement, including a development charges late payment agreement in substantial conformity with the draft included as attachment 3 to planning report P25-028. And further, the staff be directed to prepare 2 draft bylaws to authorize the clerk to execute the agreements and to remove the holding provision from the subject lands effective once the subdivision agreement has been registered on title. And finally, that the applicable agreements be executed once the Director of Planning and Development has confirmed that all conditions have been met.
Thank you. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Cox, second by Councillor Taylor. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to recreation facilities, recreation report number R25-009, Coldwater Shuffleboard Club Motorhome /RV parking request. Craig.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So before you have a report, we've had a request from the Coldwater Shuffleboard Club to allow motorhome RV parking up to 5 motorhomes from July 28th to August 1st for their tournament at the Coldwater Curling Club. Within the report, you can see on the map where they've requested to have the motorhomes placed. Staff met with president up there on June 10th to go over their request. At that point, staff informed them that there's a new recent bylaw that prohibits motorhome RV parking in that parking lot overnight. So unfortunately, the club has been doing this for 15 to 20 years, allowing these RVs in there. But because we have the new bylaw, staff met with them. We talked to them. We had concerns that the bylaw doesn't allow it for one. Additional concerns for staff, if that is allowed, is that we're concerned about open fires, campfires, drinking in the parking lot, noise complaints. Like, we do recognize they're seniors, but there is precedent that could be set for other groups coming forward and wanting this. Within the bylaw, there is wording towards that council can allow this, but the bylaw itself does not allow staff to make that decision. So council can allow it, but because of all these concerns, and staff are concerned that more groups could come forward, i.e. ball tournaments, the fair, we anticipate the fair will have to come forward because we believe the fair has parking going on, RV parking going on up there too. So we're saying that council should treat these as one-off requests if we are going to go down that road. But because the bylaw is brand new, only back in March that we went through this discussion, we went through a lengthy discussion. We told the club we would bring this to council for discussion.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair, you're going to have it at the fair because all the people who work for the fair all park their RVs there. So they'll have to ask again. We've had that for 15 years and we've never had a complaint. If it is capable, are we capable of letting it happen? I don't have a problem with it. And like I totally agree that we look on it one-on-one, but we know the fair is going to have it. Thank you.
Councillor Minnings.
Thank you, through the mayor. My question is around access to hydro and wastewater for camping. So if this has been happening and this particular tournament is 4 nights, how is that managed?
Through the mayor, the councillor, so we wouldn't be providing hydro to them. We won't be sourcing that. And as for sewage, they would have to keep that internal in their trailers and then find a pumping station to pump out somewhere for that. So we won't be offering that service either.
Thank you. My last question is there any history of complaints of having overnight through some of the bigger fairs that happen in the Coldwater area? Has this been a problem in the past?
Through the mayor, the councillor, I'm not aware of any complaints in the past. I haven't heard anything, but I've only been here 2 years. So in my time, I haven't heard anything, but it's entirely possible depending on, as I said, other groups could come. You could have a ball tournament who requests this kind of thing and they're a bit younger. Like, this is an older demographic, so I wouldn't anticipate there'd be a lot of complaints from a senior shuffleboard.
Sorry, and my last question, perhaps for the deputy mayor, I don't know, what would be the closest camping facility in the area if council were to deny this request?
6 Mile Lake Park. Up Highway 69, Highway 400, it'd be half an hour away.
Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you, through the mayor. I just think that a one-off would be good. They haven't made any mistakes so far in the 15 years, according to the deputy mayor. So a one-off so that we can control other activities around the area. So I would be in favor of old folks having a shuffleboard tournament and bring them to town.
I too, they have been there. This isn't their first year and they've been quiet and they're responsible. So I think I'm okay with it as well. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I would support it as well, and maybe let the Coldwater Fair come in for an exemption as well.
Clerk, do you have a motion? Mr. Minnings.
Thank you. So without knowing the history of where the motorhomes have parked in the past, and that's fine. Now that we have the parking bylaw, would there be designated spaces? And then once they're maxed out, then that would be it. I'm just wondering about how it's worked in the past and what our thinking is around the current bylaw.
Greg?
Through the mayor, the councillor. So when I did the site visit, they showed me where the trailers would go in behind. So they're tucked away in behind the club in a sort of grassy area. They could fit 5 campers in there, no problem, and be out of the way of general parking for the rest of the usage of the property.
Deputy Mayor Cox? Great. Any other further comments? Madam Clerk, do you have a motion?
Thank you. Motion reads that Recreation Report R25-009 dated June 25th, 2025 regarding the request from Coldwater Shuffleboard Club to allow overnight motorhome parking in the Coldwater Community Center parking lot for their tournament from July 28th to August 1st be received for information. And further that staff work with the organizers regarding location of the overnight motorhome parking, and further that the organizers be granted an exemption to bylaw number 2025-03.
Move in a second, moved by Deputy Mayor Cox, second by Councillor Taylor. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to Fire and Emergency Services Report F25-009, naming of fire stations.
You missed.
Oh, what did we miss?
I'm afraid you missed the Director of Finance's municipal investment.
Oh, we did. I was looking forward to that. Sorry, Andrew. Corporate Services Report number C25, Municipal Investments. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report sounds like there's lots of feedback off this mic. Sorry. This report is just in response to Councillor Bance's request for a report on the One Investment Program. Ultimately, we need to finish our long-term asset plan, which we're working on now, and it would also, from that, we're going to generate a long-term capital plan, which will allow us to have a better idea of how much money we have available to invest in, whether it's a short-term period of time or a longer-term period of time. And as part of that process, then I will bring back a revised investment policy. Our current policy doesn't allow for the prudent investor model of the One Investment Program, but it is a fairly easy fix to add it if council wishes to go that way. If we get down to the point where we have significant monies that we are able to invest for a much longer term, then I would bring back the One Investment Group to present to council so that you can determine your risk profile, how much risk you're willing to take, how long you're willing to invest the money, because the longer you can invest it, the potentially the greater returns we can receive. But it also puts us at risk if we need the money in the short term. And so all that comes into play, but it is going to come into play once we know what we're planning on spending in the next 10 years for capital infrastructure and other capital assets along the way. If we plan to spend the significant portions of our reserves in the next 10 years, we won't have a large time horizon to invest that money. And so I would say that you may have questions on the report. If you do, I would probably, I'll let you ask those questions now. I don't know if I have much to say other than we need to know how much money we have available for the long term to whether we invest in something, higher reward than our current investment, which is effectively the same as a high interest savings account.
Thank you. Any comments? Councillor Minnings.
Thank you. Unless I missed it through the mayor. What's the amount in our fund right now? How much money would we have to invest? 34 million?
It's in total, like right now, it's all in our general bank account. So it is approximately 40 million that we're generating that income on now. you're right, approximately 34 of it is reserve driven. The rest is, already more for operating, to cover us on a day-to-day operating standpoint.
Thank you. And just subsequent, is there an opportunity for us to defer this until after budget? It's a new budget. It's a mayor's budget this year. And I'm just wondering, we know we have some big ticket items coming forward. Would that not be better to, once we've allocated money, then we look at what's remaining?
If I can respond, I see the CAO's got her hand up too, but I'm only recommending right now that we take this as information and to do exactly what you're suggesting. Once we know how much money we have available for investing, then we'll make that decision at that time.
The other side of it as well is we've only got another year and a half, so I can't speak for future councils. To invest something now for 3 or 4 years is not. Anyways, I'm sure Madam CEO is going to speak to.
I think, I think the Director of Finance answered it fine. And I think maybe the major point is banks love municipal money. So our high interest savings rate attracts pretty much the same as we would get through the investment fund. So we're not losing out on big dollars by not moving to a different model anytime soon. So I think Andrew's right. Let's finish our asset management plan and our capital plan, and then we'll have a cash management plan come out of that. So I think it's coming down the road.
Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm all for having the money available when needed. If we tie it up for any length of time and we can access it, then we'd have to borrow it. So I agree with what you said regarding that. The other thing is, I'm really not thrilled about going in with some other municipality, like in a partnership, to get to the 100 million or whatever it is. Because my experience is a partnership is a sinking ship. So I think we should sail by ourselves on this one. So and as the mayor had said, maybe a next council can review it and we'll see what money's left over after a number of capital expenditures.
Further discussion. Deputy Mayor Cox.
To the chair, to Andrew. So this long-term capital plan and the asset management plan and the financial strategy will come in September before budget, so we will know where we're at.
If I can, through the mayor, one way or the other, we'll have a long-term capital plan for you. I don't know if the consultants will have the asset management plan finished, but they should have the core information finished, so that enough for us to generate a long-term capital plan.
Okay, thank you.
Further comments? Okay, Madam Clerk, do you have a motion?
Thank you. The motion reads that Corporate Services Report C25-004 dated June 25th, 2025 regarding municipal investments be received for information.
Moving to seconder, please. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, second by Councillor Minnings. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to Fire and Emergency Services Report number F25-009, naming of fire stations. Chief Rich.
So good afternoon, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. So the report before you is to, I'll say, almost like doing what sports franchises do, but offer, it's not naming rights, but naming fire stations after former firefighters, fire chiefs that have served either the former Aurelia Township and or Severn, the Township of Severn. So 2 of the stations already have, I'll say, names attached to them. So Station 4 and Station 3 already have names attached to them. But they're inside the building. So the idea, this will coordinate with our phase where we're included in the sign strategy. So the fire stations are due with this round of sign replacement. So the idea being that we would add, so at Station 4, Ed Ewing onto the sign that would go out the front. And then EE Beach and Station 3 up in Coldwater. And then the other names are on there. So looking for council's I'll say direction on more naming Station 1. We're looking at for the Cranny family going on Station 2 because of the number of members in the Cranny family that were in the fire service and the number of years. I believe they were close to 135 years of service between everybody in the family. But it's just to get those names out the front. So this is quite a common practice with fire stations, naming the station themselves or training areas or different
areas in the station to honor the people that have come before us.
Thank you very much, Chief. And just for the benefit of council, so Eric Dowell was our chief and he had Lou Gehrig's disease and he was our chief at the time. James Ferry is still with us. He lives in Councillor McIntyre's ward. He left Severn and went down, I don't know if it was in Innisfil. I think it was Innisfil. He was deputy chief there. Doug Tennant was here, but he moved on to Collingwood. Now, it's just me speaking. The Cranny family, absolutely. Thank you for bringing that forward, Chief. And Eric Dowell, and I know three of us sitting here knew Eric as well as Andrew and just Andrew. And his son is the deputy chief out in Georgian Bay. And I think it would do this township an honor to have Eric's name on Station 1, but just my comments. Deputy Mayor Clarke.
Well, I talked to the chief about this and I do agree. And I thought if we didn't agree, Station 3 and 4, it was the firefighters who chose who they wanted in memory, because I don't know who Fred Johnson was. That's the one gentleman I didn't know. And Doug Tennant, he lived in Coldwater, so he really wouldn't have anything with Station 3. We'd leave it Doug, EE Beach. So I don't have a problem with naming Eric Dowell, wonderful, considerate, kind man who lived up there anyway, right down from the fire station. And I definitely don't have a problem with the Cranny family station. If anybody else does, then we can always just take it back to the firefighters of that station and let them make that choice. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I agree with the mayor and deputy mayor. I go with option 1.
Name's Councillor McIntyre. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Motion reads that Fire and Emergency Services Report F25-009 dated June 18th, 2025 with respect to the naming of fire stations and or fire station training rooms be received for information. Further, the council chooses option 1 as presented and further funds required for the required signage be allocated from the approved 2025 administration budget, economic development and communication sign strategy budget.
Seconder, moved by Councillor Taylor, second by Deputy Mayor Cox. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to new business, Coldwater BI board nomination, Kim Booth. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, do you have a motion?
Thank you. Motion reads that the nomination of Kim Booth to the Coldwater BIA board be accepted and the required bylaw be brought forward immediately.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Minning, second by Councillor McIntyre. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Where are we going into closed session, Madam Clerk? Is there a need to go in?
Unless there's any announcements?
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Announcements. We can't announce what happened at the county, can we? Okay, there's no announcements then. Happy Canada Day, everyone. It's come to the fair, Washago Parade. What time does it start? 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
Okay, the motion to, are we still doing announcements?
Sorry,
Are we?
don't have any.
Okay.
Other than the
Motion to
candidate-
go into closed reads that council committee resolve in a closed session that the meeting is hereby now closed to the public pursuant to Municipal Act SO 2001, Chapter 25, Section 2392, for the purpose of considering personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Minning, second by Councillor Taylor. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
See you later. Have a good day.
Have a good day. Happy Canada Day.
Canada Day.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, like I think if we're looking for a warm body, we've got it, but I think we should wait and get someone more attuned to agriculture.
Madam CEO.
I was just going to say, as a former farm girl, I'm with Councillor Taylor. You may just I think we keep trying to find an actual farmer, and I think by accepting, a warm body's great, but we've got lots of great intelligent bodies on this committee. So I think you find the right person who's actually a farmer. Otherwise, you're gonna, if we ever want to get one, we're going to turn them off.
Councillor Minnings. Got to move out of closed now, Madam Clerk. Move into seconder, please.
Yes. So
Moved by Deputy Mayor Cox, second by Councillor McIntyre. All in favor? That's carried.
okay, the motion was that we adjourn from closed session at 1:31 p.m.
Okay, we're moving on. Okay.
Okay, so
You have a mo-
under bylaws, then we have that bylaws number 2025-41, 2025-43, 2025-44, 2025-45 are hereby passed. I wanted to list them specifically because we've had others that have been removed as a result of the direction taken on the drainage matter earlier this morning.
Okay.
So 2025, 46 and 47 are not being considered.
Okay.
And 42 has been pulled because of the direction from closed session.
Okay, move into seconder, please.
So you have 43 has been pulled, not 42. Sorry. 42 is on, 43 is off. So the motion is that bylaws number 2025-41, 2025-42, 2025-44, 2025-45 are hereby passed.
Okay. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Taylor, second by Councillor Minnings. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Becky. Confirmation by Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The motion reads that bylaw number 2025-48 is hereby passed.
Mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Taylor, second by Councillor McIntyre. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Adjournment.
Meeting is hereby adjourned at 1:32 p.m.
Thank you very much, everyone. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, second by Councillor Taylor. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.